All right. It looks like system should be a go. Give me a minute here because I'm kind of just getting back into this after a long time out of it, obviously. So I got to go check that Twitch and YouTube are up and running. But if you're watching this on the VOD, hello. Good to see you. Been a while. I know. Busy with life and other things. And I'm just putting my toes in the water. I don't mean to promise you that I'll be back for a long time. So, you know, uh, you know, enjoy whatever streams you get is what I'm saying. If I promise you anything, please forgive me and ignore me. Okay. Oh, wow. Surprise. Booksmart stream. Yeah. I just figure I I've been having a hankering to stream for a little bit now, and I figured I would just hop back on. I don't have anything planned. It was more so like a compulsion to go live this morning, and I just figured whatever. I just reset my sleep schedule. I went to bed at like 9 and got up at like I don't know, like 5 or 6. So I figured, you know what? I'm well rested. It is the morning time. I feel like a productive human being. I made a nice breakfast for myself. And I was like, why don't we just keep this going and, risk putting a stick through the spokes of that bike and ruining everything by going live? I kid. I'm sure you guys will be awesome today. But yeah, I'm back. Like I said, I don't necessarily have any like stuff that we would review lined up necessarily. We are in a tricky spot because my understanding is like you can't even cover Steven stuff on Twitch for sure, and I don't know about YouTube. Like recently, I actually wanted to do a few other things. Like I wanted to go live with Nick Fuentes stuff because I thought that was like an interesting conversation where like you actually could go through the rhetoric and how people are performing and there might be something to add there. There's been a few other situations like that obviously over the last maybe year or so. It's just tough to get back into it. Return to the Prodigal Son. Yeah, yep. I got the notification while watching the debate and instantly jumped over. Super pumped to see what you do today. Thank you. Actually, I want to let you guys know we also have a Kick channel. So if in the future I do end up continuing to do this on like a regular basis, actually, I don't know why I'm making you guys look at this waiting screen. There's really no point. Okay, so let's just. Hello, I'm here. Goodness, it's so weird to think that when I started this, I was when I started, I was in an office and I was just kind of getting out of essay writing as a job. But there was a lot of garage streams. There was I think some van stuff, and now I'm in my own house, right? So that's what you see behind me. I'm not in an Airbnb or anything. This is my shitty fashion sense and design sense on display behind me, and yeah, I don't know, it feels nice. I can say at least me personally, I've come a long way and I've talked to you guys in emails and Discord DMs, whether that's for the volunteer stuff or you wanted help with writing or you wanted resume advice, whatever. You guys have reached out, even though I've not been streaming, and I'm always happy to receive those messages and to, help in any way that I can. So it's cool to hear that a lot of the people who have been watching me since like early on in my career have also grown and they're also doing all kinds of cool stuff, including the people who hosted me in Europe and stuff like that. So, it's interesting to see how everybody's grown. I know that, day to day, it can feel like you're wandering or you're lost or maybe you're aimless or not doing a ton. But then, you take a breath and you look around and you kind of appreciate the moment that you're in. And as somebody who has at several points in my life done that exact same thing when I've been in like less fortunate situations, it's really easy to, forget how good things have become. And so definitely when I take a moment and I take a breath and I look around and I'm, sitting on that couch and, looking around at what I've accomplished so far, it's really awesome. I'm proud of myself, and I know the people that are close to me in my life are proud of me. I hope you have people like that in your life as well. But if you don't, remember, happiness comes from within, and you can cultivate that whether you're on the street and you're appreciating that it's, a nice day and it's not raining on you, or, you're in a house and you need to appreciate that you have a roof over your head and your bills are paid and, all that kind of stuff. So Yeah, that's what's been going on. I suppose to also update you guys, I know last time I talked to you, I probably had the big boy job at a startup. I no longer work there anymore. Everything is totally Gucci there. um I'm kind of looking to maybe get into being like a junior developer and kind of starting over with something that will be interesting to learn about. We'll see how that goes. It's kind of hard to find a job doing that, but hey, lovely people out there, if you know anybody that could use a front end developer, maybe somebody that knows React or just a junior developer in general, I'd be happy to do that. I've been practicing like my leak code stuff. I actually made an accessibility app for colorblind people, because if you didn't know, I'm colorblind, and it uses Chat GPT to like name colors that you feed into it. Maybe we'll look at that later. But for now, I kind of just want to chat with you guys. Let me go ahead and zoom in on my chat that I have right here, which you can kind of see just out of frame here. Um, let's do some control plussing because you know your boy can't see. Uh, that's hilarious. I just fucked mine and am still up at 9. What? We remember the garage days? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Kick would be huge for someone like you. More of your revenue would go directly to you, and that'd be cool to motivate some streams. Yeah, although to be honest with you, I would like for this not to immediately turn to a job again. I like the idea that I could, because here's the thing, party people. When I talk to like other normal human beings, everybody tells me you should just stream. Oh, you're done with that job? You should just stream, bro. Why are you trying to get another, wage cuck job? You should just stream. And it's like, uh, you know, they don't understand that, like, at least for me, when this turns into a job, it becomes a whole different thing. I would like the idea that, like for instance, I recently got into Battlebit. If you don't know what that is, it's like an FPS shooter. It was developed by like 3 people. Kind of looks Robloxy, but it plays very, very nice. I haven't had a gaming experience like that since like Modern Warfare. So for me, it's been super awesome and I've been enjoying it. And there have been times where I'm like, dude, I wish I had some more people to play with. I have a whole Discord server full of people. I could just go live and mention it, and I bet I could get like at least 1 or 2 people to play with me. And that's kind of what I would like to use streaming for a little bit more. I don't know about the idea of it being like a job or like I'm out here hustling for donos and trying to pay bills and shit. Not really down for that. I kind of do want like a normal job, but I'd like for this to be like a hobby thing. Like if I'm done with work and I had a shitty day, I would like the idea that I could hop on here, talk to people that I know, maybe have some fun, watch some YouTube videos, the kind of stuff I would do in my free time. And again, I don't want to make any promises to you because I'm bad about that. If I say I'm going to, start a new streaming schedule and be on 5 days a week or whatever, never trust me. I don't know why you would trust me ever. But it would be cool to introduce it back into my life. So it's kind of like, when you get a new cat and you got to make sure that it's happy with the other cats and it doesn't like kill them. It's kind of like that. I'm reintroducing the cat that is you guys back into my life, and I'm hoping it doesn't mess with anything. If it does, I'll cut it out, of course. But that's kind of the thought with today's stream a little bit. Hello, Booksmart's first time chatter here. Can you please meow for us? Nyang. Awesome to see a stream from you again. I enjoyed when you popped in on Destiny stream the other day too. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, it's not like I've been like totally off of streams. There will be nights where like, I'm halfway into a joint and I'm like, oh, let me hop on my wave stream and ask him about this. Or let me hop in like IRI's chat and just like use my donut message thing to say hi so he knows that I'm still alive. Little things like that. Or I mean, sometimes like I notice that Steven doesn't have anyone in his chat and it's kind of getting boring on stream. And I'm like, I'll just hop on and ask him some questions. So you may have seen me on Steven's stream. You may have seen me on my wave stream. I do still pop in from time to time. But it's always very cautious, especially when I had my big boy job before. There was always this scary thing of like, well, what if I say something on stream that like somebody at my work doesn't like, and stuff like that could happen. So it was always like playing with fire a little bit. Like, why would I fuck up the good thing that I have to like play around on this thing? But like, now that that's not a factor anymore, it's a lot easier to consider just going live and talking to you guys and not really worrying about that too much. Uh, Actually, part of what inspired me to come back on, of course, is my other Discord channel with my friends from streaming who, if you know who you are, you know who you are. But also, I watched this anime called Oshinoko, which is about like the idol industry in Japan and the entertainment industry more broadly. They have YouTubers and idols and, models and all that kind of stuff. And, it got me thinking. It got me thinking about a lot of different stuff. And so coming back to this, I also don't necessarily want to like put myself out there too much. Like, I think I used to treat this as a little bit of like a diary that is public that everybody can see. And so that kind of fuck with things a little bit, because if you were to attack me, I'm putting like the real me out there that people can just like attack. And if you're attacking that, then you're getting very close to me. And in the show, I think some of the more successful people are the people who they put on some kind of like facade or person out there, and that way if people attack that person, it's not take it personally because it's not them. I can't do that. I can't just like make a whole persona, but I do think moving forward I'll probably try to be a little bit more careful with what I share and what I don't share, and make sure that whatever I put out there, I'm okay with people attacking. Although another thought is like, uh choosing more carefully who I engage with and stuff, so I don't invite a bunch of stress into my life. No fighting with Dima Mama people or Chud Logic people or whatever. Kind of just trying to like be more careful with how I engage and what I'm inviting in. Maybe like not reading so many comments and ego surfing and whatever. Because you can get down on yourself really quick, even if you didn't really do anything wrong. I don't know. There's lots of thoughts there. It's a cool show. If you haven't watched it, I think the first episode's like an hour and 20 minutes long, but then the rest are like regular 20-minute anime things. So if you want to try one episode and see if you like it, it's a time investment, but you could do it. I liked it. Let's see. They're like fun cameos in the Destiny extended universe. Yeah, exactly. Let me see here. I got like multiple mice here. I have one for the MacBook, which you can kind of see here, that is chat. And then I have, my other one for the main computer. So if you see me fumbling about with my hands, it's probably what I'm doing. Your discipline with maintaining healthy habits and actively encouraging things in your life is a really cool quality to see in other people. Are you able to speak on advice for actively changing? I mean, it's one step at a time, bro. Like, even me, like, I have these habits, but, you fall into and out of them. It's not like I do them all the time. It's just like, if you keep doing it over and over and you train your brain to, like, hey, when you're feeling this way, go to this thing, then, eventually over time, you'll look back and you realize that the last 6 times that happened, you responded in the way that you wanted to. And at that point, you have a habit, right? So, the other thing I would say for habits is probably don't beat yourself up if it's not happening every time, or if you're not consistent on it. I find that like there are kind of two what do they call it in Spider-Man? There's two kinds of like canon events that could happen to you. On the one hand, you have this feeling that you're not accomplishing the habit and you're not doing it, which sucks. Like you come to the realization of like, oh, I'm not doing this thing and I'm not doing it right now and I'm making that choice and I feel like a piece of shit. In which case you probably just need to do the thing, because then you'll be in canon event number 2, which is like you did the thing and then you look back and you feel bad that you didn't do the thing. Like that's okay. That's really easy to get over, because the fact is like you're beating yourself up over like shit that's already in the past so you can't really fix anymore. If you did it this time, great. Just remember to do it next time, and then keep looking back at like all the sober moments where you did the thing that you wanted yourself to do, and then pat yourself on the back for it. Because like, your brain, you have the power to either beat yourself up or reward yourself. And I think you should probably just like focus on the reward part a little bit more and take back active control of that. I feel like with the internet and stuff, we often give that kind of like reward center of our brain and all the programming of it away to like shit that's like not in our control. Like instead you seek that stuff from like Twitter or YouTube or, in content creators cases, maybe you get that from like comments or video views or whatever else. I think you need to like stop externalizing that and start cultivating it inside. But that's hard, man. It's like telling people like, hey, stop going to the grocery store and getting vegetables. Maybe you should like get a pot of basil for the house and then just use that, right? Like, yeah, it's a little bit of a bitch and it has like a starting curve to it, but like once you do that and you're doing that more, it becomes easier to say no to the other stuff, you know? Like for me, I cook a lot. Like I get a kick out of cooking and I like that. And one thing for me was getting rid of my Uber premium membership thing, because now it's like, hey, it's going to be like a $5 delivery plus like a $5 service fee plus like a tip for the driver. And when it's all those fees stacked up, it's a lot easier to say no to it because I like made the barrier a bit higher. And if I have stuff at home that's like in the cupboard, especially if I have like emergency meals, like maybe I'll have some like freezer meals that you just throw in the microwave. As long as I like have all of these outs, then when I'm in that sober state of mind where I can make the choice to like do the bad thing I don't want to do or like do the thing that I know I would appreciate myself doing 10 minutes from now, it becomes easier to pick to do the right thing because it becomes harder and harder to make the wrong choice. And so that's what I would say. Make it more difficult to make the wrong choice. Pat yourself on the back when you make the right choice and realize that when you're in this canon moment of like, well, right now I'm laying in bed, for instance, and I could go brush my teeth right now because I know that I should brush my teeth before I go to bed every night. And maybe I forgot. And here I am laying here and, stewing over it. Just go brush your teeth and then you'll feel good. And then the next night when you're laying in bed and maybe you forgot to brush your teeth again, you can go, well, last night I did it and it was just about making the right choice. And it takes like 2 minutes. So I'm just going to do that again. And then you get momentum. And then it's like, it becomes more and more difficult to consider the alternative of just like laying there and knocking out, So that was a long rant. Hey, everybody. Holy shit. We have a lot of people in here. There are 2 wolves and wait, one of them is a okay. I don't know what you're on about. I'm getting bariatric surgery in a month, so I'm excited to hopefully no longer be addicted to shitty food. I don't think that'll go away. I think you'll still like shitty food. I still like shitty food. If it was as easy as snapping my finger and there was a materializer that made McDonald's for me, I would probably be all chicken nuggeted out, right? Like, sometimes I thank God we don't live in the Star Trek universe to a certain extent, because I'm sure we would bastardize and make it worse. Like, if it was that easy to do the wrong thing, I would probably do the wrong thing a lot more often. But, power to you. I hope that goes well. I hope the surgery, goes great for you, inshallah. But yeah, you'll probably still want to eat McDonald's. It's just your tiny tummy won't be able to take it anymore and you won't be able to eat a lot of stuff. Momentum doesn't shift in a day. No, but momentum is built day after day. You know what I mean? And you know what? Let's say that there's you right here and then there's you 6 months from now. Like, there will always be a point where you started. Have you guys ever considered the idea? I'm sure you have, that like there's always a last time that you talk with a person and you never know when it's going to be. Like, imagine the same thing, but for like habits. There was always a point where you took like a first step or two. And so I like to think that I'm always just there when I haven't done it for a while and I do it again. Like, well, this could be the beginning of like the momentum. And so I think that's a better way of thinking about it, instead of like, you don't build momentum in a day. Granted, depending on your problem, might be easier to consider that, but inside you there are 2 wolves. You are a white woman. Huh. Well, well, I'll still like shitty food, but won't be able to eat as much. That is true. Hey, Boogie, sorry if someone already asked, but are you traveling right now or just chilling? This is my apartment behind me, or I should say my house. So no, this is all me. This is all my decorating and shit. No, yeah, I got my own place now. Yeah, so it's great. I mean, it's probably too big of a house for one person, but that is neither here nor there at this point, I guess. I say that all the time. Compare yourself to yourself a few months ago or last year. Yeah, although for some people maybe that's less good. But yeah, I mean, If you have to, if you have to. He who climbs the ladder must start at the bottom. That is true. That is true. I love the top-down camera angles. Feels like a Booksmart skull bully. Would you bully this face? I hear I have a very punchable face, so I don't doubt it. But yeah, it's interesting to get that perspective. Does that mean that new gig worked well? Yeah, it definitely did. And it was a fun time. I learned a bunch of stuff. I had to work with some cool people who are like still friends now, even though I don't work there anymore. So all that went well, and now I'm kind of just looking for the next thing. Maybe I should just show you guys what I've been working on. Let me figure out if I can switch to that real quick. Hold on. I all of these scene names of my OBS are like randomly named. So now I have to like go back into Booksmarts mode and figure out why did I set these up and name them the way that I did. Hold on. Let's see. I think this one is wait, which one is it? I have no idea which one is the scene to show my screen. I'm very afraid to click on these. Which one could it be? I'm gonna go with the recording one because it's probably fine. Of course that doesn't work. There we are. Okay, let's save these changes. And I'll open this big time for you guys. So this is one thing that I've been working on with the coding stuff. So I made all of this using Next.js for those that are familiar. I have MongoDB on the back end, and I think I'm also using Firebase, or I haven't gotten the database stuff working yet. But basically you can choose a file here. So let's say I have this sun image and I open it and I want to know if this is like yellow or orange. So you've probably seen this before, this functionality where you can use the little eyedropper and you can pick your color and then it updates here. But here's the step that I kind of made up is you can hit this name your color thing. And for colorblind people like me, it can be tough to identify colors. So what this is going to do is it's going to give us a fancy color name in bold here. And then it's going to give us a more like down to earth, like light blue, dark blue, whatever type of color name down here. These buttons are for how big your selector is going to be. So how many pixel radius around that selector it's going to look at. So if you have an image that's got a lot of details and you kind of just want a big swab of like right here, you could do that. But anywho, you hit name your color. It sends that to ChatGPT and ChatGPT will return this kind of fun name, which is Sunshine Yellow, which I feel like is fitting given the image. And then it'll tell us that this is a yellowish orange. Ignore the asterisk. This is kind of like a troubleshooting thing to tell me how confident the machine is in its prediction. It thinks that it's very, very, very yellow and probably only slightly orange, which is just about right. And so I've used this on quite a few different things to like, give me some idea of what the names of colors are. Let me find one that's probably a bit more I think this is probably one of them. Nope. There was one where like I have an image of something out of Fortnite that I didn't know what it was. You can see all my resume stuff I've been working on. Let's see. I don't know. I guess we could just pick a fox. Like, let's say I didn't know that this was orange or something like that. Then I could take this, select it, name it, and then blah, blah, blah. So that's an interesting name, but it is very confident that it's orange, which it is. Let's say I didn't know what this is. I don't think it does too well with these kinds of colors, but it's tougher with those. So it could use some tweaking, but this is the kind of stuff I've been working on as far as development stuff, in case you're curious. Let's go back to just chatting. So yeah, that's what I'm working on, and that's fun. The ChatGPT thing's kind of interesting. I was surprised at how easy it is to like get it working and get it into a project and going. And I heard that maybe if you know how to use it, then people like you more in a resume. So that's kind of why I focused on this. And I use this all the time. Like if I'm playing a video game or something like that and I want to know what different color the pings are or the different colors of like item ratings or things like that so that I can communicate that to other people like hey it's the orange one, hey it's the purple one, hey it's the blue one, then I personally use this quite a bit. And yeah, if you want a link to this, just let me know in the Discord. And if you play BattleBit, let me know in the Discord. I'll give you a BattleBit roll and we could play together. But yeah, that's what I've been working on. Do we expect more streams in the future? I don't want to promise you anything, okay? Because I always say that I'm going to do that stuff and then I don't. So if I tell you with confidence it's going to happen, it's probably not going to happen. So I'm trying out a new strat, which is I won't tell you that I'm going to do more in the future. I would say just like appreciate this moment and expect that this will be the only thing that I work on, or the only stream that I do, I should say. Um, let's see. Have you been working on that dump truck? I actually got to get rid of my dump truck. I'm at a very unhealthy weight. I'm not very happy with it, which is part of why I've been cooking more. But what I need to do is exercise. The problem is where I live, it's very, very, very hot. And it's been very, very, very hot for a while. Like it gets up to be about like 100 degrees inside sometimes if I don't run the AC. And so that's kind of very difficult to want to go out for a walk or like literally do anything. So I have been an inside boy for a while now, but that has to change. Same with when I worked at my last job, like it was work from home and it's easy to just like put in a ton of hours and no life it, which is what I was doing. Probably won't do that again if I get a new job. I'll try to like balance things a little bit more. Set the bar low and over deliver. If I could follow that advice my whole life, I would probably be set. I have a very difficult time with that, but yeah, it's what I should do. Hey, Booksmarts, missed you. Hi, Kevin. Good to have you. Just stream yourself sleeping. Yeah, maybe not. I don't think I'm a very attractive sleeper, to be quite honest with you. Let's see. What else is going on in this chat? Oh, I can't seem to scroll. Other than Oceanal Coal, have you seen any other series that you'd recommend? As far as things that recently came out, I guess Heavenly Delusion is very popular with people, and I think that that wasn't too bad of a show. It's kind of all over the place, though. Let me think. I've mostly been reading manga lately. I tried watching Monster because it's always recommended on Netflix, and I thought Monster was the Vampire Hunter show with like the chick with the sniper rifle, you know what I'm talking about, with the big boobs. It wasn't. And I watched for like 4 or 5 episodes and I'm like, what the fuck is this show about? This is so bad. Don't watch Monster. I'd recommend you against watching Monster. I kept going because I thought maybe it'll turn into something cool at some point, and it kind of didn't. And it was just boring the whole time, so I definitely wouldn't recommend that. Hellsing? Probably Hellsing. Probably Hellsing. I thought it was Hellsing because I saw a dude with the sniper rifle in the image for it, and yeah, that never really came to fruition in my watch time, so I abandoned it. It was very boring. Need a gymming and waking up early momentum, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I convinced myself out of doing gym stuff quite a bit because of sweatiness, and again, it's very hot here, so I have to plan showers around it. Bunch of excuses, but yeah, I'll figure it out. Do we? Let's see. Let's see. Do I miss anything else? That's I'm trying to scroll back up to old stuff. I actually missed you in the recent Destiny Fuentes debate aftermath, but I understand that you are probably not interested in doing the analysis anymore. It's not that, you know, I am interested in it. And like, I do feel like people get some kind of good out of it because I do get people that message me and tell me as much, which if you're one of those people, thank you, because you kind of keep me going on that front. I enjoy it because it's like it's a thought process I'm already going through when I'm watching the material, and if I don't turn it into work by like doing a bunch of line by line notes and all that kind of shit, then like I could probably do it. The problem is I'll break down the kind of sticking point on that. The problem is, especially with Destiny, if he sees something that he doesn't like on the stream, and I'm not saying there's a bad thing about him, but like if he sees something, he's gonna want evidence for the claim and whatever. And in my mind, I'm always kind of fighting this boogeyman of like people that require an abundant amount of evidence that is like well founded and whatever to justify an opinion that I have about something. And so in anticipation of that, I feel the need to do a line by line and to make sure that I have like all of my ducks in a row, and that if I'm, put in a room with God, I could fucking argue it. But that really hampers my ability to make any kind of criticism of the people involved. And it's not just a Destiny thing either. Like, let's say Chud Logic gets into an argument with somebody, or Supreme gets into an argument with somebody. I feel the compulsion to make sure that all my ducks are in a row, and that I've done the best that I can to like limit my opinion to what I can prove with quotes and stuff, and less feels situation and thinking about the optics of it and yada 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 yada. But all that kind of makes for an experience where like before I start with something, there's always the cool idea of like, oh, here's my thesis that I think is going on with this conversation. I could foresee a stream where I go through that and talk about it. But the problem is, in realizing that with all the insecurities about people getting upset about stuff and hurting people's feelings and getting attacked and whatever, you have to do all these precautionary things that end up making it into a task that like isn't super fun and isn't like something that I look forward to really. So that's kind of the not fun part about it. But I think that coming back, maybe it's better to just do react streams, maybe pre-watch it once offline, have a little note card where I'm taking notes, and then like come on the stream with that. And then if I need to, if it really puts a hair up somebody's butt and they want to argue about it, then maybe I could go through the trouble of doing the line by line and having my quotes ready and whatever and making my point. And if at that point, after a lot more analysis and thorough thought, I think that I was wrong, then I take it on the chin, say that I was wrong, and apologize to the person or whatever. That's probably the better way of doing it. It's tough to follow that. I don't know, with my brain. Let me scroll back down here so I can see what you guys are saying. Monster is terribly slow, and the themes range from on the nose to really overdone. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy that very much. When I lived in Hell's Pizza, I did loads of push-ups and pull-ups, and it was possible. Running, I couldn't do until I went back northeast. Yeah, I don't really like all the push-ups and pull-ups and shit. You could probably see I have my my weights and stuff, which I'll do. But my compulsion is to run. In case you didn't know, I used to be like a cross-country volleyball dude. So I used to be like uber duper skinny. Yeah, actually, 2 seconds, 1 second. I will go to the bookshelf for a reference on this. I'll try to keep myself from doxing too much, but I'll show you a picture just so you have some kind of frame of reference for what the dude I used to kind of be. So it's going to show my high school, but I don't think that's all that important. So there's a picture of me on the the left-hand side there, doing a bit of running. I used to be a very skinny bloke. And then there's me on the far left there. So I used to be a very skinny boy, okay? I used to just do that kind of stuff. And then I didn't. I think I had one summer in particular where I got like a ton of soda from the grocery store, and I like filled up the garage and I just drank soda for like all summer straight. I think that was probably the moment of momentum where like I just started getting super duper fat, and I've kind of never been back to that point since then. But that's a kind of exercise I do feel for, and I do kind of like want to go back to. Like when I get the compulsion to like go exercise, it's usually to go run. But as like a super duper heavy individual, it is tough to just go out and do it, and I could hurt myself or whatever, and so it's scary to think about doing. But I can walk for a very long time, even though I'm ginormous. Where do you fall in the Barbenheimer question? I don't even know what the Barbenheimer question is, if I'm being quite honest with you. You probably know this, but diet is like 75% of losing weight. Yes, but I don't know. I don't feel like I eat particularly unhealthy, but I don't shed pounds very quickly doing that. So no, I probably need exercise in addition to what I'm eating actually. Nah, get up in them fifis, dude. Read Jonathan Hates a Righteous Mind. Destiny thinks he's facts and logic boy, but he ain't. I don't even know what that is. Bookie played volleyball? I play volleyball. Well, that's cool, Tommy. That's cool to hear. How do you sit in a chair with no back support? Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Uh you see that? Oh, your boy's a big boy. So when I was leaning back in this chair, I fucking snapped it. I snapped the back off of it. And so ever since then, it's kind of turned into a stool, which I don't mind very much. It limits like how long I can sit in the chair for, which I feel like is a good thing. Get up, go do something, right? Like when I worked at my last job, they actually funded me to get like a standing desk that I put upstairs because my back was hurting so much, even in this chair when it had a backing to it. And so I got a standing desk in a swivel chair. The swivel chair isn't super comfortable for long periods of time, so I'm constantly like going back and forth between the standing and the sitting, and I feel like that's probably better for me. So that's kind of the thinking here. If I'm getting like real like I'm gonna watch a Netflix movie or something like that, I don't typically sit in this chair. I will get like my comfy chair. Here, I'll drag it into frame. You know, I got one of these, so I'll sit in that a lot of the time. But yeah, I don't know. It keeps me honest with trying to be a little bit more healthy. Wait, the far left? You look like young Sneeko. Yeah, I was very, very, very small. I was a very tiny man. I did kind of look like Sneeko. I had a Sneeko build. Soda formed this body. Yeah, Soda formed the foundation of this dump truck that you know today. Um, Too much cake for the chair? Yeah, honestly, I was probably pushing it. When I installed the chair, I think I stripped one of the bolts on like the thing that attaches the back to the chair. I just kind of ignored it. I probably shouldn't have ignored it. I think that was the failure point of it. But yeah, it also kind of forces you to have good posture. Does it though? You know, I've heard people say, as a modern way of thinking about posture, that actually good posture is whatever you fall into that's like not hurting you, because your muscles in your body are very different and it'll adapt and it'll learn to like deal with whatever posture you end up, naturally doing. I kind of tend to believe that a little bit, but that's because it's convenient. I don't think that I'm like up straight and have a stick up my ass and tut tut tut. I'm not quite like that when I'm sitting in this chair. I'm definitely still like slouched, but I feel like I slouch in a way where like my back and stuff doesn't hurt at the end of the day. Like I used to need like one of those foam rollers, and I would constantly be rolling or like taking random things around the house and like putting it at the small of my back and laying on top of it and fucking rubbing it so that I could get some relief. But like I don't really have to do that anymore with the current chair situation. I only have to do that if I sit in like the lounger for too long. Is that Mr. Smarts? It is. Is that Luxifer? Luxifer, who has not invited me to Sea of Thieves since the last time we played, bro. Come on. Stop working. Stop doing productive things. Come game with me, brother. Where are my gamers at? Speaking of which, if you're a gamer and you play Sea of Thieves, BattleBit, Fortnite, yeah, that's right. I do play the 12-year-old game. I have gotten into it. Initially, and I know you're probably thinking this too, the majority of you, Fortnite, that's a game for little kids and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I thought that too until I played it. And then I was like, oh, okay, like without building, it is kind of like a doable game. And then with like all the skins and the goofiness and stuff, it has its own atmosphere that I enjoyed. So I kept playing it. I think I'm up to like level 96 of the current battle pass. So I'm almost at that 100 and have all my stuff. if you want to help me get there before the end of the season, definitely go to the stream discussion section of the Discord channel. You can get that by doing !Discord in the chat. Wow, have I not said that in a long time? Yeah, you can do !Discord. You can go in there, just say, hey, I play Fortnite. Hey, I play Battlebit. Hey, I play whatever. I have the Battlebit role set up, and I'll set up a couple of other gaming roles. And then if you have those attached to you, maybe you'll have access to like a voice channel in the server. And when I go play Battlebit or something, maybe instead of going to my other private Discord with people, I'll go to the public one and I'll sit in there. And if people want to play with me, that's cool. Definitely Battlebit, because nobody else that I know plays Battlebit but me. I've been making some friends on there because everybody is so talkative in that game. But a lot of them are like in the East Asian servers, because up until like today, I basically would go to sleep at like between 10 a.m. and noon. And then I would wake up at like, between 6 and like 9 or 10 p.m. And so a lot of the people I would play with are like on the East Asian servers. But my hope is like now, because I get up so early in the morning, or that's my plan with the sleep schedule, I'll be able to play with them early in the morning, right at the end of their evening. And then I will also be able to play later in the day with some of the people who are getting off of work and stuff that live in America. So that's the plan, Stan. Definitely let me know. Go in the Discord and at me or whatever. And I'll be happy to give you those perms. It's easier to keep good posture when sitting if your knees are below your hips. Well, my knees are definitely always below my hips, so that's something I have going for me. I play Fortnite specifically to ruin a kid's day. Well, you're in good company, because I too enjoy ruining the day of children. So yeah, I'd be happy to. Hey, Book, do you finally have your home in Orange County among the other conservatives? Unfortunately, not. I can't afford to live there, even off of my my old salary. All my money would go to the house. I figured paying a similar amount, and I'll go ahead and just dox it, I guess, because it's not, it'll get out at some point accidentally anyways. I currently live in Las Vegas, Nevada in the United States, which is why it is so fucking hot all the time. And part of why I just started sleeping during the day, because here it gets up to over 100 degrees like every single day the last few days. And it's just unbearable. Like if I'm by a window like I am here, it can just be overwhelming to have that going on. So, and rather than running the AC all day and trying to fight that heat, I just run it at night. And that was kind of what I was doing. But yeah. Also, in case you didn't know, TwitchCon is coming up. I should be able to hang out with some of your favorite streamers at that event. Although, to be quite honest with you, based on the last two TwitchCons I went to in Amsterdam and in San Diego, it's weird when you don't stream and you do it, which is also part of my motivation to get back into it before that happens in October, I think it is. I'd be happy to host anybody. I got a big old house for one dude, which is stupid, I know, but like my thinking was either I spend a ton of money for like a really shitty place in Orange County in California, or I take a comparable amount of money and just get a big place where I can have an office, where I can host people, I can have a guest room, I could give back to any of the people that I traveled to them before. If you ever want to come visit Las Vegas, especially if you hosted me or if you showed me around or if we met in person in, your home country, let me know. I'd be happy to host you. I have a wonderful guest bedroom. I have AC and heating and anything you could need. Like, I like it. When I was growing up, my mom was very much like a big, like, housekeeping, cleaning lady and cooking lady. And so I found that once I got this place, because it's so big, I kind of need to do all the things that she used to do. And I feel like I turned into my mom a little bit. But it's nice because when people come over, like the house is nice. It's clean. I feel like I've decorated it like fairly well, except for my bedroom. It's cool. I like being able to host people. That was something I really wanted to do with the house. I don't feel like I've been able to do it as much as I wanted to. But like, I think we have E3 at the end of this month, and I have people coming over for that. I think we should be hosting maybe 3 people here when that happens who are friends of family. And then, yeah, October, we have that event. I think my dad will be coming out maybe sometime in between those 2 dates. So yeah, I enjoy hosting people. My mom has been over, dad's been over, stepdad's been over, brother's been over, a lot of family people. And then, of course, if I bring over somebody to do the naughty, I don't have to bring them into my bedroom and, nasty up my mattress. I can just, do it in the guest bedroom. Um, and it looks better because my bedroom looks like trash. Okay. It's big and empty, is how I would describe it. It's funny because, like, my bedroom, because of my weirdness around sleeping, like, I want the bedroom to just be a place where I knock the fuck out, and it's basically that for me. It is only a bed and, like, nightstands, and that's it. And I could have dressers and stuff, but I don't. So my bedroom is, like, very, very minimalistic. It looks like a fucking monk lives there. Whereas the guest bedroom, it's very fancy, and it has a headboard that's all nice, and chargers, and all the shit that people would need if they come stay over. It looks a lot better than my bedroom. I heard from some bookcord friends you are running a pretty good hustle now. Yeah, I guess. I heard the Las Vegas suburbs are not as stupidly expensive until you realize the cost of air conditioning. I don't think I've had my air conditioning. Let me think. I don't think I've had a bill yet for my air conditioning. So I don't know what my electricity costs are going to be running the AC all the time, but I feel like it's negligible. Like, it gets really hot here for a few months out of the year, but the rest of the time it's either really, really cold or, like, really bearable because the insulation's really good on the houses. So, I mean, like, I don't have want for AC outside of, like, these crazy temperatures. Now, granted, it sucks right now. If I had more money, I probably wouldn't even be at the house. Like, this week and next week with the heat wave that's coming through, I probably would have just went somewhere else. I would take my life and move it over there, right? Just somewhere where it's a little bit more bearable. But yeah, I don't right now. Pretty sure Darius and Irrelevant would want to go to TwitchCon, and Lord knows they need to save money. I've already told, Irrelevant, he knows that they're welcome to come here and whatever. I think they've also invited me over there to them, but again, I left my job, so spending unnecessary amounts of money on trips and stuff like that isn't really worth it. I did take a trip out to San Francisco, and I got to hang out with Stale 2000, if you know who that is. He's really cool. He's a ex Twitch employee and a LSF mod, and yeah, I got to go to a bunch of networking events. That was worth it because it's, like, somewhat business related, and that was cool. It was cool to see San Francisco. But yeah, I don't know. I don't get out very much. I don't travel very much now that I have the house because, like, I don't want to spend the money on the house and travel. I don't know if Darius would be a good house guest. You know what? I do get a weird kink out of cleaning. Okay. So maybe he would be, because if Darius came in here and, I don't think he would do this, but if he destroyed that bedroom and dirtied up the bathroom and whatever the fuck, I don't know. I don't mind cleaning and stuff. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't think I would be bothered too much by it. And I'm not really worried about that. Like, especially since he has his aide. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, he has Irrelevant there. As long as his parent or guardian comes with him, is probably fine. It's probably fine. Even if they wanted to do debauchery or whatever, I would just go out and find something else to do for the day. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. I know Stale 2000. He's a famous Gappy chatter. Indeed, he is. Stale 2000 is the millionaire guy, right? I didn't know he's a millionaire. What is up with the BMW book in the bookcase? I thought you were a Triumph guy. Oh, I used to have a R1100R. So I had, like, I think they call it the flying brick. I used to have a really big BMW motorcycle, but the transmission went out on it when I was on a big trip, and it was going to be like $3,000 or something to fix it, and so I never did. Ironically, that is the same thing going on with my Triumph motorcycle that's in the garage right now as well. The tune-up on it, because it's a British motorcycle and whatever, the tune-up and whatever was going to be like 3 grand, and I was like, ugh, I guess it's time to ride this into the ground. And then my fork started leaking, and then it started overheating when the heat wave came. And so now it just lives in the garage, and I think it's on life support. I'm trying to sell it to somebody who will take care of it and maybe fix it, but it's just a lot of money to fix, and I don't see people really taking on that burden. $500 a day? No, it's free. It's free. I wouldn't charge Darius and Irrelevant to stay here. It's fucked up. Um, Everyone loves cleaning till they find a used butt plug flashlight combo in the pillowcase. Is that a thing that happened? Like, it's so bad, but I feel like that's a believable storyline from Tyrion. um, yeah, Relevant would definitely help to keep him in check. I think so. So, yeah. That sounds super specific. It is super specific. So glad you weren't dead. Yeah, my parents too. My mom is so funny. So my phone ran out of battery, and I just didn't charge it. Like the same day, right? Like, I realize it's running out of battery like several hours before I go to bed, and then I go to bed, and because I'm going to bed at like such a late time, my mom like texts me at like 4 or 5 p.m. and she's like, hey, I haven't heard from you a while. You didn't answer my call, whatever. And by 11 p.m., she was going to call the police. She thought it was dead. Like, I get it, but like, a little bit loony. So now I'm trying to like keep my phone plugged in a lot more and stay on top of it more. But yeah, like, I call them every week too. It's not like they don't hear from me, but she asked like my dad and stuff, hey, when's the last time you talked to him? Oh, about a week ago. Like, oh shit, and it's hot over there, he could be dead. So do you stream on kick.com, book? I do. Here, let me go ahead and link it. Actually, here's what we could do. Hey, a dono goal. If we get here, how much is Restream Premium? So my problem currently is that the restreaming platform that I use to put this on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it costs extra. It costs extra to have more than 2 at the same time. So let's see here. It is $16 a month is probably the one that I would pick, because then I could do 5 channels. It's $16 a month. If we can get like $20 in donos today, I'll go ahead and I'll pony up for the restream thing. And this is for fun. This isn't like I'm trying to make money off of you guys or fucking anything. I don't really need that right now, and I don't want to turn this into that. But yeah, if you guys want me to also stream to Kick, that's kind of the cost associated there. We could do that. But yeah, I'll definitely be streaming there to try and cover Destiny stuff, because I feel like it's also probably better to just cover him on his native platform now, which is so crazy. I'm shocked he did that, and he made the deal to where he can't restream it to DGG. Those are conditions that I honestly, I can't believe that he did, that he accepted. I would not have guessed that. Also, I probably owe Steven like $100, because I think we made a bet that Farah would make a bad video about him that would misconstrue his points. Last time I checked, she didn't make any like real videos about him, but I probably owe him that money. I didn't know that she's moving out with him and fucking whatever at the time that I made it, but he knew. Let's see here. Gotta solicit donos to build the dream house. No. I just want to stream. I just want to go live, and I just want to hang out with you guys and talk and play video games and whatever. And if it turns into something crazy, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. I don't want to be React Dandy fucking, hustling for donos and stuff like that. Like, it's fun in the kind of way that like gambling might be fun, but like, I don't want that to like be my life again. That's not the point of returning to this. I want something where I can just go live and not really care about that. Not care if I had 20 people or 40 people, watching or whatever. In maximizing the amount of money I make and all that kind of shit. He's streaming to me and only me. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Twitchonomics is rough. Yeah, I mean, but beyond that, I feel like if you do that, and I could be totally wrong. I feel like it kind of limits you. I feel like if you were able to just, because like I was listening to Train, Kurantos, and Destiny talk in a video that just like came out today or whatever, and like Train's talking about like when I'm looking at streamers and I'm looking for like who could be it. I'm looking for somebody that can go live and put in their hours no matter what they're doing or how many people are there. I don't want people that constantly feel like they need to put on content or that constantly feel like they need to be entertaining or have the bars super high, because those are the people that will come onto your show and they'll kill the whole fucking vibe so that they can stand out or so that they can accomplish that sort of goal in their mind. I want people like Steven that can just like go live and they're fucking not doing anything and hey, today's a slow day, but whatever, I'm getting my hours in. Like, I think that's probably, I heard that and I was like, this is probably right. You probably would prefer, I think the people that are going to be successful are probably the people that can just do it, right? Not the people that feel like they need to, do all that stuff. Although at the same time, the people that are super successful at this also seem to be able to put on the show and whatever. It's just maybe they burn out or they don't last super duper long. I don't know. Train with the God Vision. True. Very true. I saw that combo. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, the clickbait had me thinking that Karantos was going to get humbled a little more than he was. I'm always looking for that. When people get up too high, dude, I'm such a shitty person. I want to see them get beaten down, bro. Especially when they get up there with the chip on their shoulder. I want to see it. But power to Karantos, he is, I feel like, a very entertainer dude. Like he's a big entertainer, and I feel like when people try to knock him off his shit, he's got shit ready for everybody, and he had shit ready for Train as well. And so I respect that about the dude. Getting the hours in, Sigma grind set is what it is, but super success is probably way more about luck. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean everything is, but you make your own luck as well. I think watching Oshinoko, which is that anime about idols and actors and the entertainment industry, there's an interesting thing that I felt was really true. I mean, there's tons of interesting things that are really true. As somebody who did, Twitch and streaming and whatever for like 2 years, or 3 years or whatever the fuck it was at this point, a lot of stuff in the show, I was like, oh my God, it's so weird watching something that I feel like was made for me. Like, because like, no, I don't get things delivered in such a clean package that tackle the problems and tribulations associated with like being a live streamer. And even though not all these people are live streamers, there is live streamers on there, but I digress. Like the entertainer people think in the same way and they run into the same problems where like you can't fight with people that are way bigger than you and blah blah blah. But what I specifically wanted to say was like, there's this reality show, right? And there's a chick on the reality show who's like a big actress. She was in theater and she's really, really good at acting and, taking on different characters and being a method person, doing the research and figuring out what are they thinking and whatever. But none of that's on display in the reality show. In the reality show, she kind of falls into the background of this dating show and she doesn't get a lot of screen time because she's kind of boring and she's playing it safe. So there's this pressure on her that like, hey, if you want to get something out of this reality show, you need to have a reason to be in the storyline for people. And so there's this pressure for her to start drama or to do things that are outside of her character to kind of like, end up making the final cut, to be in the final episode for the dating show. And it's the same on Twitch and with live streaming. Like you talk about, it's about luck. I feel like it's the people who are able to like engineer their own success are people like Gideon or like Belle Delphine, where you kind of manufacture your own reason for people to pay attention to you by manufacturing drama or by doing stupid shit or by, recently with Gideon, he fell asleep in the front row or tried to go to sleep. He was doing a whole act where he sat in the front row of a WNBA game and he laid out across like all these different chairs and now he's banned from NBA events or whatever. But like, it's the people that are constantly doing that to make their own luck, and they're constantly trying to like make these entertaining moments that kind of put their name out there and might be the catalyst for like outside coverage or for React people looking at what they're doing or being on the Philip DeFranco show or whatever. Like, you're constantly making those moments, or at least that's how some people play the game, right? And then other people passively do that by just being at the table and being themselves and hoping that that carries them through. I think Steven does that a lot, but he's also, you know, making his own luck and whatever. And I think that's how really like consistently successful people do it, is they're always finding and manufacturing their own kind of events that put them in the canon of everybody's life, where everybody's going to look at them for some period of time. And then after that, it's about extracting those eyeballs and turning them into dollars and influence and holding on to them. And all the tricky stuff comes after that, that I feel like is more, you know, skill based or whatever. But yeah, you're making your own luck kind of deal. So basically, you need to become a lol cow to get big. It's not just lol cowing, right? I feel like Zerka is beginning to turn into a lol cow. You could go ahead and I think the way that Steven put it is like Zerka's always in first gear and he can't ever like shake it up for the show that he's on. Like, if you're on Fresh and Fit, being loud and bombastic and interrupting people and shitting on women, that's probably going to get you far because that's the game and you're playing it. But if you go on to like a talk show or something like that, you kind of need to switch it up and you need to change the way you're approaching it to like leave a good impression with people. And I think he's bad at that. So, you know, I don't think it's just about being a lol cow. I think it's way more complicated than that. But I mean, you could just be a lol cow. I mean, that's in existence. Some people live. I do believe I got the Bookie Train July/August 2020, 3 years. Wow. Congrats. Is the alert box even working? Are there alerts that I'm missing? Yeah. Let's see here. No, just follows and stuff. But yeah, if you have subs that have been going on a long time, again, I won't make a promise to you. Arigato datte bayo. You know, I won't make a promise to you, but if you've had them ongoing, you should get a free message on Twitch. If you want to use that and just say your piece, feel free to. I know a lot of you are probably still subbed because I do get the checks from Twitch still. If you want to use your message, feel free. It doesn't bother me one bit at all. And hey, might get other people to sub, and you know, I'll try to start diverting that income towards more stream related stuff. I mean, granted, I have everything I could possibly want, I feel like, with the streaming stuff, beyond having like a good camera, which is super duper expensive. There's not anything to get. Again, we were talking before about like sitting back, taking a breath, and really like appreciating how far you've come. Like, when I'm looking at here, let me make sure I don't have anything that will be doxing. I don't think I have any other doxing stuff in here. Okay. I'll take you guys for a second here. Like, when I look at my setup, like I have this one big monitor, a big curved monitor on my stand here. I got my beautiful Pokemon keyboard. Okay. Wow, my hands are shaky. And I have my cool Sasuke, Pikachu, fucking Naruto, Darius-esque thing. You know, I have everything that I could possibly need. I got my good Bose speakers. I got my other monitor with you guys on it here. I got my HDD with all my stream VODs and stuff on it. It's like 2 terabytes or whatever. You know, like I have everything I could possibly need, and I don't want for very much. Oh. I changed mouse pads recently, okay? I try to be a little less cringe. If I'm being honest with you, the reason why I changed the mouse pads is because I needed more space to be playing FPS. Because before, what I would do is I have that really limiting mouse pad where I'm just like this all the time, and so my sensitivity is really high. But as a consequence of that, my aiming is also really, really, really shit. And yeah, I know it might be copium, but I feel like that's part of the reason why I do so bad in FPS games and stuff. So, you know, kind of like sounding rods, you got to work your way up in size. I'm working my way down in sensitivity on my mouse to the point where I can kind of utilize more, and I can use my elbow and my shoulder to kind of, you know, get more motion and more precision out of my gaming experience. So, where's the booba pad? It's not even a booba pad. It's literally an ass pad, and it is Astolfo, in case you didn't Catch that. You need cable management. I actually do have a lot of cable management. It's just like, um, I told you about how upstairs I have a whole different setup with the standing desk and stuff. A lot of this was grab and go, and it still kind of is. Where like if I want to go upstairs and I want to use this laptop, I need to unplug everything and then I need to bring it upstairs. This second monitor, a lot of my peripherals like my stream deck and stuff, like I'm not using them this way all the time. It's kind of like plug and play, so that's the difficulty I've run into with trying to cable manage all that. I could do a better job, but honestly you're not seeing a lot of the mess. A lot of the mess is behind the desk, and I do have an umbilical cord coming out of the monitor that has everything on it and whatever. But yeah, also I don't know if I'm crazy. Let me know, because I am kind of curious on everybody's opinion on this. My mom was big on like pushing me to get a television for the house. But personally, I feel like this monitor, which I think is 34 inches, is perfect for TV. Like, I'll get that chair behind me and I'll pull it up to the desk. And again, this arm has a lot of like movement. So I'll pull it up closer to like the front of the desk. And I find that that's a perfect viewing experience for TV and stuff. Now, granted, I don't have roommates. I don't have a lot of visitors a lot of the time. So, like, we're not all sitting in front of a TV. And I also feel like if you have visitors over, I kind of don't want to huddle you around a TV and watch TV with you. I kind of want to, like, entertain you or cook for you or go out and do stuff. Like, I don't want it to be a thing where we're all huddled around a TV. So, I don't have TVs anywhere in my entire house. I just have this monitor here and one upstairs, and I'll kind of cycle between those if I want to if I want to do that. One sec. I hope you can't see my password from that. You probably can. Yeah, I don't have a TV either. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like a young people thing, but yeah, I don't feel the need for it, especially since the monitor is so big. Like I can watch stuff on like 2K or whatever. I don't think it can do 4K, but I mean, it gets pretty close. I can't see myself wanting more besides maybe like a higher refresh rate monitor. But even then, it's like, do I want to spend like $400 on like a new monitor? Not really. I have the same exact setup with the same arm and the same monitor upstairs as well. I fell in love with this form factor because I can just do one screen and I don't feel the need for more. The only reason I have the second monitor today is just to monitor chat, and it feels good. And I'm used to it and I already have the monitors for it. So I get use out of that. Or like upstairs, I have another monitor that's like 2K, but it's tiny. And I use that if I like want to have, my code on the side while I'm coding, or a preview of the website as I'm working on it. But yeah, I don't really feel the need for all that screen real estate. And I used to be a big screen real estate guy. As a matter of fact, upstairs, and you might remember this from the early days of streaming, I used to have three 1280p monitors, like 1280 by 720 monitors that were like next to each other. And that was my setup. And it's because as a young person, I always looked at like people's setups and stuff, and I always liked the multiple monitor setup. And when I lived in Thailand, that was the first thing I did. Was I got a bunch of like, monitors. I had my 3 monitors set up, and that was always like a symbol of kind of like success for me. Like it sounds really lame and childish, but like I would look at that and it would give me some sense of fulfillment, like some sense of success. Like, wow, look at my computer setup. I'm so cool. I've been less about that now that I'm older and more focused on like productivity and stuff. Like actually one dude I really like, you might know who he is. His name is Theo, or T3. He made Ping, which is like a Discord substitute for video calls and stuff like that. And he's a big creator in the tech space, and he makes stuff about tech stacks and opinion pieces on technology as a founder and developer and stuff like that. And so if you haven't heard of him before and that interests you, go check him out. It's Theo. You can look him up, or T3. You can look him up on YouTube. He actually was talking about using a MacBook on the couch, and he does a lot of his programming on the couch with that colorblind application that I showed you earlier. And if you didn't see that, you can go back in the VOD. I had to write that from scratch like 3 or 4 different times. And the one time that I did it where like ChatGPT was working. My blob animations were working. Everything was working. I actually coded it all from scratch on a MacBook at Stale's house. So Stale had an extra MacBook, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't bring the fucking charger for my laptop." I went on a trip, a tech trip to San Francisco, and I set aside all this time to go do that, and I didn't bring the fucking charger for my laptop. Can you believe it? I can, because I'm a fucking dumbass. Um, but he was nice enough to lend me a MacBook. Now, I never use Macs. I don't really like Apple, but something about that form factor just felt right to just be laying on the couch and coding on the MacBook. There was some kind of productivity that I tapped into there. And Theo talks about how most of his programming nowadays is done on a couch. He sits there on a MacBook, no external monitors or anything, and he just codes because you can just full screen VS Code and just focus, right? You have less ability to distract yourself when you have less screen real estate, and I definitely feel that on the MacBook. So if I want to do that, or I want to read a manga, like right now I'm reading what is it called, Vagabond. It looks beautiful on that monitor, that retina display. It's so pretty. And so I've actually incorporated this bad boy into my life. My dad was nice enough to loan me the laptop to work on. Again, my family's pretty cool. And yeah, that's been a major productivity boost as far as coding goes, just because it's nice to work on that form factor. Now, granted, if I do need to do like hardcore debugging or like whatever, I will go to the computer and use the bigger monitor because I can see everything I'm doing at once. But it's nice. Mini 2K, nice. Yeah, I honestly don't know what kind of MacBook it is. I'm not like a big Apple person, so I couldn't even tell you. I think my dad said it's like it uses Apple Silicon. I think it's the best version of the last chipset, whether that's M1 or M2 or something like that. I think it is the highest version of the first version of Apple Silicon, if that means anything to you. But that's the most I know about the laptop. I'm not really into all that. I actually used to have. Pull you out of there. This was also gifted to me by my dad, who is a big Mac person. So I was using this one for a long time. I don't know how old this is. Let me see. Let's see, design, blah, 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 applies, blah, blah. There's no 2010. So this one just got too slow and too old, and it wasn't really running anything. I tried to get it as my my server for my 3D printer that I have. I'm also into 3D printing, in case you didn't know. That was a little hobby that I picked up while I was working at the startup. So it was just, it wasn't doing what I needed it to do, and my dad offered to just send me a laptop, so I took the opportunity. I always get back pain when coding on the couch. Yeah, I definitely do, but I change positions a lot. So again, I feel like it's really about changing positions. You have to like listen to your body. So my body is telling me my back is hurting or whatever. I need to kind of follow that. Also, you could probably see I'm getting so old. I have so many gray hairs. Probably in part due to my last job, because it was stressful dealing with a gazillion personalities and things that people want and whatever. For context on that, I was a product manager, I should say, at a startup. And so basically what's involved with that position, I feel like there's two different kinds. There's one where like, I won't say all the stereotypes. If you know, the people that don't do anything, that are do nothing people that work on a laptop in a Starbucks somewhere and are product managers and don't really do anything. Mine was a lot of just keeping track of deadlines and contacting people and organizing the gazillion different requests I get from people into a place where we can all look at it and make decisions together on what we should be doing. And it just stressed me out a bit. And I think that's part of why I've been getting more and more gray hairs. But I'm looking at. I think I'm wearing it well. I was actually gonna do my hair today with my gel and stuff, but I kind of liked what it was doing. My hair tends to do a swoop because I have a cowlick. Might be TMI for some of you, but product manager seems like a good role for Booksmarts. Honestly, I mean, it was cool because we made like creator-based products and stuff, and that was part of the reason why they brought me on, was to have a creator's understanding. Um, I don't think it was utilized as much as it probably could have been, but you know, it's neither here nor there. But yeah, the organizing stuff and project management is probably like more my shtick instead of product stuff, just because I'm less experienced at actually developing products and more experienced about getting things out on time and managing like multiple moving pieces at once. And again, if you know a job opportunity somewhere and you want to get me in, definitely message me. Booksmarts.twitch at gmail.com. Because if I could get a nice job, you know, maybe I do stream more. I don't know. Again, be careful with my promises to you guys, okay? But what type of 3D printer? It was a Ender S1 is what I have. I kind of wished I would have just spent the extra money and got a nice printer where I don't have to worry about bed leveling and all that shit. That's part of why the printer has gone into the closet and is no longer taking up space on my kitchen countertop, is because A, I didn't have a place to put it, and B, I get sick of having a bed leveling. I have so many bed leveling issues and spring issues and all that kind of shit, and it's like, really, this isn't even the difficulty of getting something printed. It's the difficulty of setting up the printer, and that kind of bugged me out of continuing to work on it. Oh my god, what happened? Are you back? I am back. This is an AI version of Booksmarts. Welcome to the stream. My monitor's one square 20-inch, one vertical 22-inch, and second horizontal 22-inch, plus a cheap projector to put another window onto my wall. Yeah, I don't need all that stuff. I feel like it distracts me more than it's worth. Ironically, I feel like the more screen space I have, probably less productive I am on the stuff I actually want to get done. Yeah. My big bookie moments, talking to Vosh about his rhetoric, Joe Biden stuttering, and then talking to Destiny about rhetoric. And there was one drunk stream you did. Yeah, I mean, those are probably the big ones. Like, we talked before about making your own luck and like having a reason to be in the zeitgeist. I feel like I was very lucky in that I came about at a time where I was able to ride a lot of stuff. Like, I feel like I rode the Vosh stuff very, very well when that was going on. I rode maybe the Richard Wolf thing decently. I think the Bob 7, I floundered a little bit, but I tried. Yeah, like, you know, there was some stuff back that I did okay at. And then there's random stuff like the Biden stuttering video, where I don't think I would have been advised to do that by any of my creator friends, but it's still something people mention, and it's one of my most popular YouTube videos, and it has, you know, reached out to a broader audience more than like a lot of the Twitch drama stuff. And I think it would be cool to do more of that. Like, another thing I'm proud of that isn't Twitch related at all is the Supreme Court coverage. I hope that I can continue to make more stuff like that, collab with Pisco and other lawyer people to look at that kind of stuff. And yeah, I feel like sometimes when I venture out, I'm able to get like audience members who otherwise wouldn't be interested in Destiny this or Destiny that. And that's always nice to have. Everyone forgot Bookie's foot panel. All right. All right. But yeah, you know, so I'm back. I don't know for how long. I don't know what I'll be doing, but if we cover any Destiny stuff, it'll probably be on Kick. If we hit our dono goal of $20, I'll buy the restream thing, and I'll just start, you know, as a force of habit, just restreaming to Kick as well. It's just restream is so convenient because it puts all the chats in one place, and it doesn't feel like I'm on 3 different platforms or whatever. It just feels like I have one chat, and that's always nice. But yeah, so that's what's been going on. Let me look at my notes here. Yeah, I've been reading Vagabond. We talked about that a little bit. I got up to date on Chainsaw Man, and I'm reading that as it comes out. Don't beat me up for this, but I don't feel like Chainsaw Man, like, I see YouTubers put Chainsaw Man on the same level as like fucking as Vagabond and as Berserk and whatever. I don't feel like it's there. The Chainsaw Man manga kind of feels to me like somebody sketching and quickly doing line work, and like it's very messy in for me at least. It's tough to follow what's going on a lot of the time. if I have to look between two panels and try and figure out what the difference between the panels are, you're probably not doing a very good job. Whereas, like, when I went from reading Chainsaw Man to reading Vagabond, I immediately realized, like, these are two different classes of illustration. Like, with Vagabond, it feels like every single panel is like a piece of art. It feels a lot more like Berserk in that way, where it's like, oh, there was a lot of time and dedication spent in all of this. Whereas, like, the scenes in Chainsaw Man that are very like illustration heavy and are clearly where he's putting in his try hard hours, I don't feel like they're very good. A lot of the time they're messy and I can't really make out what's happening with the action. And like, I don't want to be looking at something for a long time trying to figure out what it is. I want to look at something and constantly be pulling information out of it, which I'm able to do with Vagabond in a way that I wasn't really able to do with Chainsaw Man. So that's been a nice change of pace. I'm trying to go slow with Vagabond. I'm trying not to consume it all at once. Every day I do like a few chapters and then try to stop myself. Another thing is I've been drawing. I've been drawing a lot more, kind of part and parcel to that. And I want to start working on more faces and stuff from Vagabond. Otherwise, you can see my Chainsaw Man stuff at the bottom there. I'm trying to maybe draw the dude from there, Kishibe, a little bit. But yeah, I maybe want to do more of that because the faces in there are really good. I'm actually taking a class right now on anatomy and other stuff off of this website for Korean people. That's been really cool. It's nice getting back into art. And yeah, that's been what I've been up to, basically. What is this?
I want you to say some wild shit to her. Say, I'm that gorilla dick nigga. I make dyke pussy wet.
What? I feel like that's still an amazing line. I'm that gorilla dick fella. I make that lesbian pussy wet. Nice. Yeah, it's a hell of a line. Oh my goodness gracious, dude. That's a bit much. You read Vinland Saga? Oh, Vinland Saga. That was the other manga I was thinking about, where it was being compared to like at the same level of Chainsaw Man. And I just don't feel it. Vinland Saga is another one where like every panel is really, really good and it's not messy and shit like Chainsaw Man is and whatever. But I'm also not a big film buff, dude. And I don't really care about like all the connections and stuff in Chainsaw Man to like other bits of media or other anime and stuff like that. I don't care about all the references. I don't really pick up on them or the allusions or whatever. So it's all kind of lost on me. Maybe it's just not a manga that's meant for someone like me to appreciate, and I'm willing to accept that. But yeah, I'm not a big Chainsaw Man manga fan. I like the anime. I think it's an amazing adaptation. I'm looking forward to the next season. I'll definitely watch it. But I feel like that's probably the best form of it is the anime. So if you're thinking about reading Chainsaw Man, I would probably just say watch the show and keep up with the show. It's probably a better thing for you to do. Quite frankly, it's not like I'm up to date on Vinland Saga manga either. I've read a few chapters, but I'm mostly an anime dude for that one as well. The best part was when Book looked up what gorilla dicks look like. I don't think I did that. I think you're lying. By the way, obviously chat has not become more civilized. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in the Twitch chat right now, which is cool. Like that's another thing. Honestly, there's so many things I missed about streaming. And one of them is like knowing the people that are in here and recognizing the names and like having people that just come on to support me and it doesn't matter what I'm talking about and stuff. Like that's a very powerful thing in the modern day. And like having influence or whatever is a very valuable thing. It was what got me my job initially, right? So I think I just need to keep that up a little bit more. The connections are worth it. It's cool getting to meet people. I would love to, use my streaming power for making friends and getting people to play video games with me and all that. So that's kind of why I want to be back. Is I feel like that's an untapped resource that many people don't have access to, that I want to be a little bit more grateful for and appreciative of. Like, again, we talk about the gratefulness thing. there's a lot of people, myself included, when I started streaming for like several months straight of just like single digit view counts and stuff like that, and not having people in the chat. And I remember freaking out over Mudkip and all, Amanda Panda and all the people that, initially came on the stream. And I remember like every time there was a new person, whether it's Vels or whoever else, like getting to meet them and talk with them and learning kind of the people that are behind the screen name a little bit. And that's been something I really enjoyed out of streaming. And it's something where a lot of people stall out at the single digit viewer stage, and they never get to the point where they can walk in DGG and people recognize the name or whatever, or they hit go live and it doesn't matter if they haven't streamed in months, there will be people that end up showing up and saying hello, stuff like that. So I'm trying to be a bit more appreciative of that and maybe lean into that a little bit more and start building that back up. But again, no promises. I don't know if we'll have like regular YouTube content or anything like that. That'll kind of depend on my editor and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Getting back into it, man. Getting back into it. Vagabond is from one of the goats. Chainsaw Man is more of a fast-paced, somewhat simplistic exploration of modern existence as a male and where we derive our values. As in, you derive your values from touching boobs and having sex, I guess. I'm not big on that stuff, but for some people, that's... You know what? When I was in high school and I was first starting to like have sex, I was a fiend, dude. I swear to God. Like, back then, I feel like sex and stuff meant a lot more to me. Like coming out of high school and the end of high school, I was a bit more into that kind of stuff. But so I get it. I get it. It's very easy to make that your thing. Like my thing right now is Battlebit. Which is probably worse than sex to have as your thing that makes you want to wake up every day and whatever. But yeah, I remember the days when it's all about, getting your tip wet and whatever, but not so much anymore. I feel like it would be hard to fall back into that personally, but use your powers for good, book smarts? Yeah, I guess. Ugh. I finished didn't finish my coffee. And I need to drink more water because I live in the fucking high desert, dude. It's always hot here, always dry. I also love that I finally have a house where I can appreciate all my travel stuff. Like, you probably can't see it, but on the shelf behind me, a lot of that stuff is to help remind me of where I came from. Like, boop. In the middle right here is a gift from like one of my first girlfriends, and it's a Full Metal Alchemist art book that I still reference. Right here is the Van's mechanic manual. So that reminds me of the van days. Next to that's my manual for my BMW that I used to have. That reminds me of doing all my camping and travel trips and the motorcycle back when I used to do that. Like, I have something above that that is like the Michigan state wood cutout thing that came with the van, so I keep that. And I have my Zippo lighter from Switzerland with the Swiss flag on it. Like, I have my watch collection, which is the little box that you see over here, and the top is glass, so I could see all my watches. And I do tend to collect those at like different milestones of my life. Like, when I got my job and I was finally like full time at the startup, I got this this blue Swatch NASA watch, and that's how I remember that. So it's cool to have a house where I can display all that stuff and like look at it and kind of appreciate where I came from and all the stuff that I've done. But I'd be lying if I told you looking at all that doesn't make me want to go do it again. Like, there are days where I wake up and I just have a craving for like Tijuanese Mexican food and agua frescas, and I miss Tijuana, even though that wasn't like the best chapter in my life. Or or like recently I got like some Béarnaise sauce mix and some baby potatoes to kind of remind me of when I had my trip in Switzerland and I had that stuff. Or not Switzerland, I'm sorry. In whatchamacallit, in Copenhagen. And yeah, I don't know. It's nice to have all that stuff, but I do constantly get the itch to like go do it again. But it's nice to have a house where I could display all that stuff and kind of appreciate it a little bit. Zen in the art of van maintenance. Yeah, maybe, dude. You have a house now? Last stream I saw you were broke smarts. I mean, I'm probably still technically broke smarts. I need to get a new job. So again, if you work at a startup or a tech job, if there's any kind of like junior developer positions, you could help put in a good word for me, and I would definitely appreciate it. But yeah, no, definitely not. I saved a bunch of money when I worked at my last job, so I'm kind of using that emergency fund that I built up to kind of carry me through while I learn developer stuff and try to find something new. But at this point, because it's been about a month of looking for something, I'm probably just going to get some local job to help kind of offset the cost of my bills and stuff like that. Maybe something part time, probably as a security guard or something like that, because I've done that before and I know it's not too bad of a job. But yeah, that. Also, another thing I've started doing again, which you guys are probably familiar with, being Booksmarts viewers, is tutoring. Again, if you need help with tutoring, message me at booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. That's nice, fulfilling work. If I could get that steadily, that would be good as well. Like, there's something about, being really good at something, which I would feel like I'm really good at essay writing, even though I'm out of practice and stuff like that. Like, being able to give that to other people and like remove the stress of having to write a paper or something from them, or like, showing them that they can do it and confidence building and stuff like that. It's all really fulfilling. So that's another thing I hope that I can start doing more of, and getting back into. And now that everybody's on Zoom and they have their online classes and stuff, I feel like a whole generation of people are kind of like fucked and behind on academic stuff. So yeah, it's nice. I like that. Are you renting the place? I am renting. I don't have a mortgage. Start from the bottom now. My whole team's fucking here. That is true. Welcome to the end zone. Do you want to become a dev or a project manager? I'm okay with both because I just need a job at this point, but I do want to become a developer because I feel like the limit on what I'm able to do is way higher as a developer than I feel like it is as a project manager. Like I could go take my PMP and get my certification, whatever, for project management because I helped people do that before when I used to do essay writing and stuff like that. And I'm pretty confident that with a little bit of brushing up on the concepts and stuff, I could probably sit the exam and pass. So that's a consideration, but I would like to get into development just because there's a lot more you could do. There's better job opportunities. Once you get into networking and you have different people in different places that value your skills, you can kind of go a lot farther with that, I feel like. So that would be my preference at this point, but I'm a baby developer, you know what I mean? So I have to kind of find somewhere that is okay with the junior person and learn it and be humbled a little bit, starting from scratch at something that I'm not super used to. Compared to people online that are starting from scratch, I feel like I'm farther ahead on the curve because when I was in high school, I took, computer science for 2 years. I did a year in college doing computer science. So like I have some kind of a background in it. And I also don't have the problem of like sitting there not knowing what to work on or what to do. And I don't get stuck in tutorial hell, like making other projects people have come up with and copying code and whatever. So I feel like I'm past a lot of the mental hurdles that people who have never written code before are usually running into. So in that regard, I thought maybe I'd be far enough ahead that I can make a leap and get the leak code interview questions down and whatever. But like my brain doesn't click with comp sci the same way it does with essay writing or with other stuff. I'm like more naturally geared to or whatever, where it kind of comes easier. I find that the computer science stuff doesn't come as easy and it takes a lot more studying and stuff, which is humbling. But yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of stalled out on it a little bit. I am a little bit bummed at how difficult it is to get a job right now, especially in tech right now, because the market is no good, I guess. But yeah, it's that's the work angle. Got the feeling Book is always hustling to make ends meet. I have for my entire life, but having one job where it pays me well enough to where like I feel like I'm valued as a person and I don't have to worry for anything in my life, like I like that a lot more. Don't get me wrong, it's cool that I've been hustling and whatever forever. Like it started with like I was telling a story to some other friends before about how, like, when I was little, my parents would do this thing where they would say, like, well, if you want all this other shit, you're gonna have to pay for it with your own money. Like, my dad would be like, well, if you don't want cereal and peanut butter and rice and tortillas and, you know, huevos con salchichas and all the cheap food, then you probably need to make your own money and do that. So, like, from a young age, I was like recycling bottles that I found in the trash, and I was working at a barber shop for like $10 a day. And then that transitioned into like selling sodas to the people who were waiting at the barber shop and buying them from the grocery store and making a profit off it. Like, I've always been that kind of dude, but it's super stressful to have to do that. And you know, I might kind of be built for it, but I don't really want to live that way. The older that I get, the more difficult it is to have everything kind of hinged on shit that isn't, a guarantee. So I like having the job and having a good salary. And that's why I'm kind of putting a lot of my chips into that and trying to figure that out again, because I do prefer that over trying to hustle for every dollar. And hey, if streaming blows up and I don't have to hustle over every dollar and I just go live and whatever, that's cool. But it's still not preferable to just having a regular job. I'd like to have both if I could. Books back. The block is hot. The block is hot. Yes, it is. Tech jobs are rough if you don't live in the right area. I mean, allegedly there's a lot of remote opportunities. I haven't had luck in any remote opportunities, but I had a good one there for a while. I don't mind moving. I mean, my lease is up in November or something like that, so it's coming up soon, and I'm more than willing to just travel if there's a good job somewhere that I could get to. It's just, lining the job up is the tough part. I don't really mind moving. Again, like, because of the vagabond lifestyle that I used to live, it's not, I know that I could do it, right? I know I have the stuff, and other people, they struggle with it. They think they want to travel, and it's always something that they weren't able to do. So they kind of imagine that it's a particular way, and that's the way that they engage with the idea, is always in their head. And then once they actually do it, they're like, oh, fuck, I don't have this, and I don't have that, and I don't like that I don't have friends where I live, and blah, 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 blah. I'm over all that. I could definitely do it. So it's nice having been through that stuff, because I know I could endure it if, it comes down to it. Trapping gophers. Yeah. It's another thing is, all the different hustles that I've had and all the different random things that I'm trying to do, all the shyster shit. Can you be more specific on what your barriers are? What your barriers on coding? I'll set aside the job stuff because you're asking about coding more specifically. It's just that, like, for instance, I have an Anki deck with leak code problems. If you're not familiar with that, basically, when you're going for tech jobs, there's kind of practical, which is like learning your tech stack and how to write things and deliver things according to requests that you get and whatever, whether you're a back-end dev or a front-end dev or, data analysis or whatever, you know how to use your tools and make the things that the job is requiring of you. And then separate to that, when you're interviewing for a coding job, there are kind of problems that they could give you that are more theoretical, I would say. I mean, obviously they could be practical. Obviously they could be used in projects and stuff like that. I haven't really used any of the stuff that I learned in my interview question stuff in my own code, or at least I haven't yet. But having to learn that stuff, I suck at all the interview coding question stuff. And I would say my biggest barrier is stuff just doesn't stick. Like, I could do my Anki card and learn what the solution is to a problem one day, and I've completely forgotten it the next, or I get 90% of the way there, but that last 10% you need to like actually pass it. And so that's kind of been my barrier, and my main frustration is like things don't stick and aren't as readily available as like memories and knowledge as it would be if it were, for instance, psych terms or something like that, or business theory stuff and whatever. Like, all that stuff sticks, and my brain has all the necessary scaffolding to like fit those ideas into my pre-existing knowledge base and be able to access the ideas a bit more easily. But for coding, it's all from scratch. And at least with modern development, with front end frameworks like Next or React or whatever, with that kind of stuff, like a lot of it you're just using tools that it's not necessarily needed for you to understand them. And because I'm not starting on a foundation of like, oh, I understand concept A, so now I move to concept B and concept C, it doesn't really work like that. Like, you just kind of need to know what to write to get the thing to work, and you're troubleshooting shit that you don't really understand. And like, that to me fucks up my brain because there is no scaffolding to like build an understanding off of. There's like vague ideas of like, oh, well, in React or Next, for instance, whatever, you use like use effect and you use state to kind of have default values if you're going to update them later with like user inputted information. And you just learn, hey, you write use state and then you write the default values of the variables you're using. But I don't really understand like what is use state and what does that actually mean and why is that different from other languages and whatever. And the people I talk to, at least, they seem to be under the illusion they understand it, but if I ask them to explain it to me, they can't, and they're furiously looking at definitions and googling things and then kind of reiterating that information to me as if it were something that they truly internalized and understood. And that's really frustrating. And it's likely to continue to be a part of the job. I'm under no illusion that I'm going to learn everything, but that's kind of my big barrier because it's not the way I've ever learned anything before. Like, if I'm learning something from psychology, like let's say I use this example a lot because it's just something I focused on a lot. Like, if you're looking at ADHD, you could go and look at all the history of that diagnosis, and you could see like how it's changed over time and how solutions to it have changed over time and what the recommendations are for treating people and whatever. And I can build some kind of understanding of it. And you could probably do the same thing with coding, but it'll take you a lot longer and it won't get you as close to your goal of getting a job as if you would have just taken it for granted and then used it in the project and whatever. And that fucks with my brain a bit. And that I would say is my main barrier at the moment with that kind of stuff. It really depends on the type of company you apply for. Plus, they typically don't do technical interviews like that for more senior roles. Well, I won't be applying for a senior role because I'm a junior dev and it would probably not be right for me to be in any kind of senior position. Front end, my condolences. React fucked that space up a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably because I don't have a programmer's brain, but I like front end. Like, I like that I can practically see exactly what I'm doing. If that makes any sense. I don't like that my MacBook keeps like logging me out. Keeps logging me out, and I don't really understand why, but whatever. Did you do a very basic C course to get the fundamentals? C course. I mean, like, I took when I took programming in high school and in college, we did use things like C languages, and we use like Visual Basic and Basic Java and JavaScript and whatever. So like, I understand basic computer science concepts. Like, I understand what an array is. I understand the difference between an array and a set and a map. And like, I do learn that stuff to do my coding interview questions, and it does help a bit. But when that actually gets turned into like the practical application of it in a more complicated framework or whatever, more modern framework like React or something like that, it does get a bit more complicated. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't all click very well for me, at least. But I don't dislike React. I like front end stuff because I can design something and it's there. Like, I very much like CSS, and I like the idea of like each individual attribute that I'm changing affects something that I could look at as a visual representation of it. So you get like instant feedback on what you're doing. And it's easier in that realm to have a practical understanding of like, oh, well, here is the difference between using borders versus using this. And like, here's how drop shadows work. And, the different variables that you can have for these different aspects of it, and like all that kind of shit. That stuff clicks with my brain a bit easier because it's like, oh, okay, I can practically see what is happening, and I can play with it, and I can mess with the variables so that I can see what each thing is doing and have some practical understanding of what it is that I'm tweaking and fucking with. Whereas like something like doing all the database stuff, it's like, oh my god, I can't even get this stuff to work, let alone understand what's going on with it and whatever, or APIs or React router and all that stuff is just like, damn, this sucks. This is not fun to have to learn. Um, Book the front Andy. Yeah, I guess so. Is Booksmart still in TJ? Nope. I'm in Las Vegas. Did you or you read that? Is it the power setting? I put the power setting not to turn off the screen, but it's not turning off the screen. It's just it's like logging me out, and then I have to log back in. I don't know what the setting is, but I'll figure it out later. Books, you a coder now? I'm trying to be, bro. I'm trying to be. Coders have a real boost if they think of themselves as mini computer scientists, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I hear that shit on YouTube. And that's the other thing, is there's a lot of shysters and stuff on YouTube and in like the creator space for computer science stuff. And yeah, it's hard. Even talking with regular people, like I get the impression that you'll get a job and that job will likely have you working on one very specific thing. And then once you get that job, if you're not doing other projects outside of work, you're just going to become like a Kubernetes Andy or, you know, a fucking Next.js Andy or whatever. You kind of just learn the one thing that you use, and you don't even learn the whole thing. You learn like, what do I need in this project for this repo to like actually engage with things for this one application? And so when I talk to regular people, that's the vibe that I get, is they learn the one thing that they're supposed to do at work, and then they're not really exploring a ton beyond that. And if they are exploring, they're very humble about it, and they know that they don't understand a lot of what they're doing. And so it's just a weird space, and it's weird to think they're making multiple six-figure things, and so many people have like multiple jobs and whatever. And you know, that's kind of like the direction I'd like to go in, but you know, it's tough getting your foot in the door and actually starting. And I haven't found that my resume item of working at this startup that I've been working at for about a year, I haven't found that it's been particularly helpful in landing me anything. And applying for stuff online is cancer, and there's lots of like Indeed assessments you take, and it's tough to know like what is worth spending the time on and what isn't. And you know, it's just it's a mess. It's a mess. I don't like this job application process at all. Can books center a div? Yeah, I can center a div, and it depends on what kind of center you want. Do you want align center, or do you want justify center, or you know, it depends on what you're doing. Back end is chill. Yeah, that's what Stale 2000 tells me. He's more of a back end dude, and I feel like he was kind of trying to push me more in like the machine learning direction. And he says that everybody's new to machine learning right now and AI stuff. So, you know, if you're starting at the bottom floor, it's better to start at the bottom floor of like a place where everybody is starting from the bottom floor. It's kind of like if you had a new Tarkov wipe, like everybody's kind of starting at the same place. So now's the time to get in. It's just a lot of stuff doesn't click for me and whatever. And that's most of my problem, is like, I don't have a brain that immediately understands a lot of these concepts in a way that like when I talk with people who are very smart at it, it seems like they have that spark that I just don't have. And part of me worries that like maybe that's a sign not to do it. You know what I mean? Like, but so many people are successful that don't have that. And the common advice is that you power through that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I'm all over the place in thinking about that. It's easy to get doomer when you're not getting like calls back on any of the jobs you're applying to and whatever, but I'm trying to stay positive. The real question is, can you close Vim? I don't use Vim, so I don't know. I use VS Code. Vegas is more expensive since the Californians fled there, but it's still cheaper than California, especially since there's no state income tax. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Granted, when I did taxes, I owed a lot. But that's mostly because I registered as being a California resident, even though I lived everywhere else but California. I don't think I spent more than 40 days in California in the last like taxable period, which probably helped me a little bit. But yeah, I owed hella taxes on all the streaming stuff, so that sucked. But whatever, it is what it is, dude. Um, Tech is just a constant state of imposter syndrome. It may very well be. That may just be it. Like this might not be unique to me. This might be how everybody feels about it, but it doesn't change the subjective reality of living through it and the way that that feels and stuff. You know what I mean? The nonstop talking. That's a crazy thing. That's another thing, is like, I don't know. when I look at my other jobs that I've had and the other opportunities that I work towards or invest in, like streaming, it usually feels like the spark is there. You know what I mean? Like the thread of fate has pulled me in this direction. Like when I do streaming stuff, some people can't sit here and just talk a million miles a minute for hours on end or whatever. Like this part is something some people struggle with, or they can't do it unless they have a chat, or they don't know what to talk about, or blah 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 blah. And a lot of those barriers didn't exist for me when I did this, so it felt like, oh, maybe this is something I should do. Or with tutoring, like not only can I understand concepts after reading them fairly quickly in most subjects, but like I also am a decent communicator, and I can kind of get somebody to the point I'm at and my perspective where I'm overlooking these concepts and I understand them and I see the connections. I'm able to like give that to somebody else. So when it came to something like tutoring, it felt like, oh, this is a good fit, or essay writing. Like ever since I was little, I could read really, really well. I could write really, really well. Like the writing projects I worked on were always like the examples that teachers would use, or they went and like teaching handbooks that got published, or, when I got older in high school, it turned into like actually getting papers passed at a college level and then a graduate level. Like there was every indication, hey, you're good at this. You should keep working on it. And I never get that feeling with CS. I feel like I'm way worse than everybody. But it could just be I'm starting as a noob and whatever, and that's just you're never going to understand everything, or maybe it's conceptually different than those other things. But I never felt imposter syndrome as an essayist, even though I'm writing on subjects that I have no background in. I haven't majored in this. I haven't done, the 4-year degree before I needed to do the master's or the doctoral work, but I was able to stitch it together and manage, and I just don't feel the same about this stuff. So it's weird being in that place. But as an adult too, there's kind of this binary thinking I have of like, well, I binary think about everything, so take this with a grain of salt. It's kind of a problem that I have. Where like what was I gonna say? Like you're either getting it immediate. I don't know where I was going with that. Are tech jobs dying out? That's what I hear. That's what I hear. A lot of people getting laid off and then not getting hired back anywhere. Software development seems fun until you have to use Jira. See, that's the thing, is like when it comes to Jira or Linear or whatever, like I don't have a problem with the project management side of things. I'm good at that. Maybe that's what I should do. I don't know. I don't mind all that. As a matter of fact, I loved ticketing when I was a product manager, and I bet other people didn't. But like, I love ticketing. I love the project overview. I love deadlines. I love dates. I love managing that stuff. That stuff is fun and it's easy and it feels like I'm in like a resource management game. So that stuff always comes easy and is fun. I know other people don't like it, but I did. And at the same time, a lot of the problems, at least that we had on our team, kind of stemmed from, needing to do a better job of ticketing and keeping track of the work that you're doing. Like a lot of the problems with code that gets, that we have PRs for that's fucked up is like, oh, you just worked on a giant chunk of code and you didn't really log any of what you were doing, and you didn't leave any notes on your ticket, and you didn't break it down into individual tickets. And like, as much as engineers seem to hate the idea of having to ticket and log and document things, a lot of their complaints about their fellow coworkers or about the process or about projects, I feel like stem from a lack of documentation and proper ticketing and all of that. So like the way I saw my role at that company was like, oh, okay, somebody needs to be the disciplined one that pushes everybody to do the stuff they don't want to do. Somebody has to be the parent that tells the kid to go brush their teeth before it's bedtime and make sure that we get to bed on time so that everything else in the day goes smoothly. And often that's like overlooked as a necessary thing, but like that's where I found my place, and I enjoyed it. And, I'd like to think that brought some benefit to every project I touched. Let's see here, because I do see a long message here that I want to read. Growing up, you were measuring against your peers in school. Peers in CS will have super varying degrees of knowledge, so comparing against them can be rough. Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier. Is I didn't have anybody to compare against when I was doing essay writing because I I was like Tigger. I'm the only one. Like I think I've met maybe two or three other people in the entire time that I did essay writing that did something that I did, and two of the three people I think only did like the statistical portion of things. So it's like I didn't meet other Tiggers. I was the only one. And so I can't really compare myself to other people. Like, granted, I'm reading journals and stuff, but to me, these all read like fucking IKEA instruction manuals. There's not art to it. There isn't like well, I mean, sometimes they do come off as really good papers, but I mean, I never felt like, oh, I'm not like that guy or whatever. It's just it's a thought that like never entered my mind. And I didn't even compare myself to my peers who were doing, papers in college or whatever. Sometimes I would when they would bitch to me about how hard it is to like manage the things they have to do for their various classes and stuff. Cause I'm like, well, you know, I'm taking online classes for like 6 different people this semester. I'm managing all of their online work. So I feel like if I can do that as a job and your only job is to do school for you and for your learning that you are paying for, it should be easy for you to do that. But it was always a kind of condescending looking down at other people thing. But it's not like I would compare the way I write to them. Like I would rewrite an essay that somebody else would write and they would comment on how it's better for like this reason or that reason. But it's like, I wasn't often comparing myself to other people, whereas like with CS it feels very easy to do that. I don't know. Let's see here. I like Jira. It's more company over hired. Oh yeah, for all these different tech places that got rid of people, they probably were over hiring. I mean, like, here's the other thing, talking to engineers, and I'm sorry if you feel like this is a personal attack on you, so many of you are doing multiple jobs, are like doing the minimal amount of work you could possibly fucking do. Like some people are bragging over how little number of hours they have to put in their projects every week at work, and are competing over who can have the most jobs simultaneously at the same time and how much money they can make. And you know, so I don't know, there's a lot of shysters in programming. And so when I hear that all these people got laid off, I can understand that. I mean, especially in a big corporation, it's probably so easy to lose track of people and to not be valuing everybody individually when your company is that big. And you can hide behind so many things and so many people and so many processes. And because it's all very like like everybody is like begrudgingly doing stuff, like nobody takes stand up seriously, so you could easily like fudge what you're doing and how hard it is. And you're working with non-technical people, and non-technical people's ability to like gauge how long something should take you is bad. And even technical people, right? Like if I told you to do something like, hey, I'll take an example from work. Like, let's say we're using Calendly, which is an appointment scheduling system. And I'm like, hey, I need you to create an integration where somebody's Calendly appointment calendar is available at this step in the process of like creating a meeting or whatever. Like, you could tell me, hey, I ran into this problem this week with Calendly where like the integration is hard for this reason, that reason, or, oh, it's not playing nice with this other part of our program, or, oh, I'm having a trouble. You can make up all these problems and you could drag your feet, and like non-technical people will have no way of calling you out, but technical people won't either. If you've never worked with Calendly API, how are you to know that they're bullshitting about how difficult this thing is to do? At least that was the vibe that I got. So it's probably easy to do that. Yeah, you seem like you are perfect for Scrum Master / project manager / project management support. Yeah, maybe I'm kind of better suited to that with my brain, and maybe that's something I drift towards. Some advice I got from my coworkers at my old job is like, maybe you should become like a product engineer, like an engineer that's really focused on the product experience and development and stuff like that, which is kind of like adjacent a little bit. So that was my thinking going into it, is like, oh, I have this product management resume item, and then I'm going to make a few apps that have like decent user interface and like engagement with them, and they're straightforward or whatever. But yeah, it's just hard. It's hard to find something. I feel like what I really need to do is rub connections together and get it done through talking to people rather than applying to these places outright and kind of cold applying and whatever. And that seems to be the advice that I get from people. But that's where not living in San Francisco kind of hurts me. Like the little time that I spent with Stale in San Francisco, I did get the vibe that like when you live there, literally every block you go on is some giant company. Like Microsoft will be across the street from Canva and Figma, and LinkedIn is right next door to that, and all these big names that I recognize from work or from like doing things online. They're all right there, and they're all like literally walking distance of each other. So when you're there and you're going to the events and you're meeting the people and you already have the job and you're able to market yourself, like I could see how you could get the momentum and how it's worth the money to pay to live there because of the opportunities that are presented to you. And if you want to know life your job, that's also perfect for you because you're around other developers. You could find other no life people to make friends with and maybe start a company or a project with and whatever. And that was a really cool vibe. That was very unique. I'm glad I took the trip for that alone, to see that like, oh, that's something that could be on the horizon for me if I keep going in this direction. And that's what could exist there. And that was kind of cool. As a project manager, I can confirm it's easier to get a job in that market right now. No, maybe I work on that then. As a project manager, Chase, do you feel like I need to get my PMP certification in order to be able to apply to that stuff? Or do you feel like just with the resume item of like a year at a startup, I could maybe finagle my way in there? Or what advice would you have for a PM that's trying to get in there? Because I'd be interested to hear your opinions on that. Also, if you want to DM me on Discord, I'd be happy to continue the conversation there. Real coders just roll with the punches and put their complaining energy into the work. Yeah, I guess so. This is the same thing in law, by the way, Booksmarts. If someone's just working without ticketing, nobody else can take over. I'd imagine it's like that for a lot of stuff. In my job specifically, it's really just understanding requirements and how our customers actually use the application. So much work gets bogged down by domain-specific lingo or not understanding how. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't say I was super good at that. Like, it's tough, man. It's really tough. Like when you have multiple people that have very different ideas of what they want, and like the executives want one thing, and even the two executives don't agree with each other, and then you have a bunch of people in another team that want a completely different thing or don't get along with each other, and like it's just things can compile and become really difficult just as at like a human level, and that fucks up all of the efficiency for everything else. Like I feel like maybe at a bigger company, that's probably less of a factor, but still definitely a huge one based on my reading from other project managers' experiences with stuff. But yeah, you just have to start all over again if that person is away for whatever reason. Yeah, when you're not documenting and stuff. And that's the other insidious thing that gets in the minds of engineers is like when you can just start over, like everybody always just wants to start over. Like, oh man, if we were using this tech stack, this shit would have been done in a week. And if you're watching this right now, which you very well may be, like, and you've said that to me, like, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, how can I? I'm not technical. I don't really know. And having used the different technologies that we used at work, we've talked about this. I can agree with you. It might have been easier if we did something else or whatever. But like, it's a very insidious thought because then it kind of fucks up everything that you're working on. Like, well, we can't just undo and go back and use a different tech stack. And we like, it's just an unproductive place to be investing your emotions into because it doesn't really drive us forward at all. People complain about them all the time, but good project managers can make an insane difference on projects. Like it's awesome if you have a good one, and it sucks super bad if you have a bad one. Yeah, and we even felt that at work a lot. Yeah, it's definitely a common complaint. And I even had complaints about me as a junior person. It's tough to have faith in me about stuff, and a lot of other stuff. But I prefer not to get into it. Let's see. I don't know anyone who is actually a 2x dev. I actually read an interesting article that was like a meme about like the negative 10x dev, and it talks about like all the things you could do as a developer to like completely ruin your team. Like, uh, I don't, you should Google it. It's kind of funny. These people are only in America. Other places are not that simple. I think the significance of, honestly, one thing I've considered is just going abroad. Because if I go to somewhere like Eastern Europe, the jobs, the jobs, there's so many jobs. And it doesn't even matter if they don't pay a lot compared to American wages because you're living in Eastern Europe, or like, going to China and learning Chinese. I don't know, crazy ideas. The young man in my brain that used to do all the crazy shit is still bouncing around in there, poisoning my brain with other ideas of how we could do things. I'm a simple man. I see Bookie is streaming. I join in. What's up, Lu Xiaobao? Right now, I'm changing careers and debating entering tech or becoming a PA. Deciding your life career is tough. Will this be your life career? I don't know. Like, it's something the universe will decide for me depending on the job opportunities it decides to throw at me. Book, you were a part of my inspiration to travel more. Currently working in Taiwan for a few months before my last year of college. I'm happy to hear that. It's part of the reason why I kind of want to come back to streaming. If I can be the cool friend that lives in your fucking computer, that, ends up being a catalyst in your brain for you to go out and travel or like do something worthwhile that ends up sticking with you for the rest of your life, that's cool. That's an awesome thing to be, and I love that. It was something I liked about tutoring too, like seeing somebody maybe stop hating math and now math is their thing, or like they find an interest in writing because of it or whatever. It's nice. Or especially when people are going into college and they need to hear some advice that they don't hear from other people about what's realistic about what you can accomplish in college or what you can't, and what to focus on and what you shouldn't, and stuff like that. I'll DM you on Discord. Definitely do. Get your PMP cert. Okay. I mean, it's easier said than done. I think I have to wait until they do it, and then you have to qualify for it. And I don't have a degree. So it's a process I would have to look into. But if it's worth it, and it is relatively cheap, I think it's only like $200 or $300, which I'm sure to some of you is a lot of money. But to me, if it gets me a 6-figure job or, $80K a year, even, I mean, it's worth it, right? So, and the other thing that's really cool that I haven't had at a lot of points in my life is I bought myself the room to figure it out. Like, because I kept saving money and I was a good boy and disciplined when I worked at my big boy job, I have the space to figure that out. I have the runway to invest in this stuff like that. You know what I mean? Or you want to hop jobs a lot. The PMP cert is good if you like to go into the consulting specifically, or if you want to hop jobs a lot. Consultancy is a good way to make a lot of fucking money, and it would really put to use my research skills. I actually met a kind of big time consultant when I was in San Francisco, and they were really cool. And the way they described their job working with like interviewing people and getting information, whatever, it sounds like the kind of cool thing that like essay writer Booksmarts would have liked to transition into. So I don't know, the world's my oyster. Plenty of job opportunities out there, and whichever one ends up sticking is probably the one that I end up putting my experience points into. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe a PMP cert is a more realistic way of spending my time, as opposed to like starting from zero and learning all the LeetCode code questions and making personal projects and whatever. I work in a sector where everything has like 4 different acronyms and names. That's a lot of sectors. Bro, if these web server was just running Rust, we wouldn't have any of these issues. Yeah, or like, dude, if we built this in Next, I could have had this whole thing done in a week. I have an old dev mentor who lives in Vegas, actually. He's a super freak. He's a very 10x slash 0.1x, if you know what I mean, like Jedi training from a very freaky Yoda. Get him in contact with me. That would be fucking cool. I won't milk you guys for money. Not yet, okay? I will milk you for connections. If you have any connection, anything at all that you think could help me, put me in contact with these people. DM me on Discord. My DMs are open. I'm happy to entertain them. Thinking outside the box and seeing how things can be done differently is a very rare power, so you have to step up with your brain. Yeah, maybe. Books, have you returned to the Bad Dragon booth at an anime convention? I haven't been to a convention in so long, brother. Um, which is funny because when I moved to Vegas, I thought I would go to a lot more events and stuff happening downtown, but it's so far. And like when the motorcycle broke, it's tough to consider. I could take a bus down there, but it'd be like 2 hours. I don't know. Tree fifty an hour is not abnormal in tech. Yeah, you can make a lot of money. 80K a year is a lot of money, bro. Yeah, but not when you live. Honestly, I'm just gonna hit you with it. I'm gonna hit you with the middle class thing. Cherry has talked about this before. Destiny's talked about this before. It's all relative. It depends on where you live. 80K a year living where I live now with the overhead I have, I can do it, and I would have spending money, and as long as I budget, I'll be fine. But if you're spending like a fucking idiot and you're Uber eating all the time, it's definitely not. And like, I don't know, it just depends on your lifestyle and what you're doing. Because the other thing is too, I could survive, but I wouldn't be able to put nearly as much money aside for savings and retirement and all that other stuff. And now that I've had that and I've done that, I want to be back at that. It's stressful to think that I'll be doing all this work and full timing it and giving up my life to a company, and I don't have any security in my future. And it may sound fucking crazy, but at 80K a year living in Las Vegas in the house that I am right now, I wouldn't be able to do that. So it's still a scary proposition to me. Unless you freelance as a contractor, then you can extort government agencies for good money. Jesus. Join GappyV's Discord. Like a third of his viewers are CS Andes. Yeah, maybe I should do an appearance on Gappy's stream and talk about this a little bit. Maybe. Actually, one thing I've thought about, I have a million ideas about coming back to streaming and doing a gazillion things. I was thinking about doing like at the beginning or maybe the end of every stream, we'll go through like a leak code problem and I'll walk through it, and maybe some people in chat can help me understand stuff. I think my leak code journey of learning these like interview questions would go a lot smoother, and I would remember a lot more if I was able to interact with other people while doing it. Like I really wanted a tutor for this stuff just to help me like cement things in and to like build more memories on which I could start accessing the information easier. So that was one thing I thought about coming back to this, but it's just not something a lot of people would be interested in. But the people that would be helpful. So I don't know. I am a Gappy VCS Andy. Well, there you go. I missed the wheel. He got rid of it. Well, as a fellow streamer, I don't know. I know about the wheel, but I'm sure you guys enjoyed it. Some of you. Wow, that was a long message, but I did not see what you said. Let me go ahead and look that up real quick. The average rent in Vegas is $1,200. I mean, if you include all of Vegas, maybe. Yeah, if you include all of Vegas, including all the shitty stuff, yeah, but I'm not living in a shitty place. You probably can't tell from just my background, but I live in a very nice house in a very nice area, and I would like to keep that if at all possible. So for me, rent is certainly not anywhere close to $1,200. Do you want to be in contact with just anyone cool in Vegas or important people? I mean, if you know somebody cool, that's cool too. It would get me out of the house, and I'd probably go do more stuff, which would be healthy for me. Let's see. Yo, Books, why did you ever come back to the United States? No offense, I'm just genuinely curious, since I personally am considering saying screw it and taking out all of my retirement and life savings to get off this continent. I'm sorry, but Europe is surpassing Canada and America from education, high quality, but also accessible universal health care, infrastructure, public transportation, etc. I feel you. If I had a woman who lived in Europe and I could marry her, I would very much consider that. I think having that citizenship is very valuable and whatever, but there are a lot of things that keep me tied to America. Number one is family, right? So I have a lot of family here. All of my family is here. And I love California. I know I'm not living in California, but you have to understand, I've traveled to a lot of places, and nowhere is like California. Like, California is just, oh my God. everything is open late. You can have any kind of food you want at any time, and it doesn't cost as much as somewhere like Switzerland or somewhere crazy like even fucking, Vienna and Austria. Like taxes are more reasonable depending on the state that you live in. You could have the best climate in the entire world. Sure, you might be cooking right now, but you know who's cooking worse? Me in Vegas, right? California is just such a beautiful, beautiful place. And I lived there my whole life. And I just have so many memories there and family there. And I understand it and I know everywhere. And I'm not afraid of the police. And, there's a gazillion reasons to like anchor myself to the States. And, I like the mythos of this country, and I like the people, and I like that everybody speaks English. And, it's just once you move to somewhere else, every little thing you don't like can easily infect your brain and make you dislike it. And, I think long term, if I'm not making a ton of money, I probably don't want to live in America. But the idea of starting a family in a whole other place and starting over and whatever is also very scary to me. So, I mean, there's a lot going on there. But if I got a job tomorrow that was like 80K a year in Poland, I would go take it. I would move to Poland and I would live in Poland. So I don't know. But even then, it would be a temporary thing. I don't want to live in Poland forever. I don't even know if I would want to live in like, the UK forever or whatever, even though I like those places. What I like the most about Europe is all the stuff you mentioned, sure, but it's also the travel, just how easy it is. I can hop on a train and be anywhere. I could hop on a plane for fucking $50 and go to some other place. Like, I like that about Europe. And, you just have so many more options and I get it. There's a lot of places you could travel in the US, but lots of places in the US are still very US-y, and they're not new to me. They're not a brand new culture or whatever. Just walk to Poland. Yeah. Ironically, I mean, Poland is kind of a bitch to get around through. That's why people retire in Boca Raton. Yeah, maybe, bro. At Booksmarts, California seems awful. You're paying European levels of taxation, and for what? A slow bureaucrat. I mean, yeah, if you focus on high-speed rail like a fucking idiot, that's not what I focus on. I live in paradise. I don't think so far from everywhere I've visited, there isn't a Garden of Eden-like place in the way that there is in Southern California. It's just so beautiful. The climate is perfect. The fucking weather is amazing. The offshore breeze is so nice in the morning. There's fog, and it's just, the ocean is right there and you can smell it. And like, it's just so nice. And that's why I like it. You deal with the taxes, but like you deal with the taxes because you're paying California taxes to live in fucking California. And that's just the way that it is. Shame about all the homeless people. You can avoid them. Just stay in your car. Just don't look at them, and it's not like other places don't have the homelessness problem either. Homelessness in Poland, I feel like, is a lot more sad because you're not in California. Like, at least homeless people in California are in California. Homeless people in Poland are in Poland. You know what I mean? So I don't know, bro. Look up the actual, like, I will say though, in San Francisco, the homelessness bothered me. That would be the biggest negative I feel like for San Francisco if I were ever to live there, is like I remember I paid like $30 for this like curry meal at this fucking Indian place, and I'm sitting there eating my way overpriced fucking curry dinner meal, and I'm watching a homeless person dig food out of the trash and eat it. And it's just like, or like you walk down a street in San Francisco, like Mission Street or whatever, and people are just drug dealing in broad daylight. And it's almost like the mall of drug dealing. Like, there's just lots of them. And they're just all up and down the street, and everybody's fucking coked out, cracked out or whatever. And all the people are really cold there is another thing that I felt like. A lot of the developers and the people that work there travel in little cliques, and they don't really say hi or talk to you at all. And like, it's weird to think that they're living this life where they're probably making good 6-figure incomes and they have everything they could possibly want in life. And like, right next to them is somebody who can't even eat. and it's just that fucks with my brain a lot. And yeah, there are homeless people in a place like Huntington Beach, but it's I feel like it's a different vibe than it is in San Francisco. San Francisco feels kind of like apocalyptic a little bit. Look up the actual crime rate and compare it to literally any of the top. Yeah, I don't care about that. The heat is pretty bad right now in Cali too. The humidity is not my cup of tea compared to the desert. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, but you also live in a fucking desert. You live in the fucking desert, dude. There are times where I go walk outside here and I'm like, oh, God didn't intend for us to be here. He intended for fucking nomadic horsemen peoples that live in the side of mountains to fucking live here. He did not intend for us to have lawns and fucking suburbia and all this other shit that's here. And I just feel that a lot. Or like where I live, in specific, like there's no movie theater near me. I can't just go to the movie. I don't know. It's annoying. Everyone loves bitching and moaning. It could people believe things were always easier and better in the past, but I think it's the result of fiction. People don't realize most people do not have lives that are extra, I guess. San Fran is just unfathomably expensive. Yeah, it is. But you still live in America and you could figure out how to make it cheaper with food and stuff. Granted, your rent and stuff is going to be expensive, but I think you can make do. I think you could cut costs. Vegas has a huge homeless problem, which is weird because it's a hot ass desert. Yeah, not a good place to be homeless. And granted, I don't have any near me. I don't think I've seen a homeless person anywhere near me, but you know, I live far away from the action. And yeah, downtown Vegas and stuff is really gross, and I don't really like it there. Let's see here, bro. Wealthiest country in the world, center of tech, and there's basically a slum in LA. Well, you know. You know, there were peasants living around the walls of a castle, right? I think if you have a place where there's all that money and stuff, it will necessarily come with drug dealers and with homeless people and with poor people that serve the needs of the rich people. And, you know, like the rich lifestyle is built on thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of poor people. And so, yeah, you're always going to have this kind of like all these bad people, whatever, or undesirables or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I don't know what the politically correct way of referring to it would be. You're always going to have that, you know, and it's just about how far out your walls are, right? It's kind of like, you know, Attack on Titan. Like the inner wall, yeah, you could go live somewhere like Newport Beach in California, or you could live in fucking Ladera Ranch, and you could be far away from any possible negative thing or all of that. Like you could live somewhere that is, you know, in Wall Maria or whatever. It's on the inner wall. You could live there and be far away from it. I would say I kind of live like that here in Vegas. I picked a place where I'm kind of far away from all that stuff and I'm protected. So, you know, but it doesn't mean you don't have all those people. All those people enable you to be able to live in that area. Like the only reason that little oasis that you live in exists is because all the other people that work to prop you up. Chat has literally never visited a major city. Every metro has a Skid Row. Yeah, I know. Yeah, San Francisco turned into a huge shithole over the last few years. Also, some of those roads are like crazy for like roller coasters. Yeah, maybe in the rest of San Francisco. I spent most of my time in like MoMA, so I didn't really see a lot of San Francisco outside of like that MoMA area. So I don't know. I can't speak to it. I didn't go to any like the super hilly places or tourist places or whatever. I was just strictly just there to fucking crack out business stuff. Yeah, Vegas heat is oy vey. I was going to say that January for CES is nice. Honestly, when it was cold here, it wasn't that bad. Granted, a dry cold is kind of shitty in that, you know, it's tough to breathe and whatever, but whatever. I agree with TikTokers and influencers starting to admit California is overrated. New York City is so much better. It's the city that doesn't sleep. Lived in LA for a year and sweat my balls off 365 days a year. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've never been to like New York City proper, or like I never spent any time there, so I can't really speak to it. I could see why maybe you'd like it more. Um, but I prefer at home in the AC playing video games over desert cities like LA, Phoenix, Vegas. I mean, I do that here. I never leave my house. Like I bet my neighbors are like think I'm a recluse and a shut-in. I only ever leave occasionally to like go look at my mailbox, but I never leave my house. I just stay in here. I keep the temperature I want. You know, I tend to set up things like that when I live places, so it doesn't necessarily matter. But I care about wanting to like go do small excursions, like going to get good food and stuff like that. What about earthquakes and fires and shit? Does that bother you? No, you can be fine. That's what insurance is for. Again, if you live in the walled city, you're going to be taken care of. That's what insurance is for. That's what fucking, you know, all the money that you make that's extra is for. You put it away and you save it, and then you go somewhere else and it's going to be fine. Like, unless there was a catastrophic earthquake that like wiped everything out, like you're going to be able to like move over to the next city over in the same county and be fine. Nah, but God intended for us to have golf courts, McMansions, fat SUVs, and driveways. Yeah, maybe. Um, I saw someone that looked like you the other day, but pretty sure you and I aren't even on the same continent. It probably wasn't me. I don't leave my house very often. Unless you're on my street, you probably didn't see me, dude. Phoenix is a hellhole. Yeah, I don't know. But it's cheap. I mean, people want cheap. Poor people are undesirable. Hell yeah. Yikes. I recommend visiting Cupertino. There's a residential neighborhood called Cupertino Market. It's by Stevens Creek and Valco Parkway. Just Google it, books. These images look beautiful. Don't you want to live there? I want all of California, all of the U.S. to be like that neighborhood. Yeah, I guess Cupertino. That's where Apple is and stuff. I think. At least San Francisco gets a breeze, so it doesn't smell like piss and shit 24/7. Yeah, I like that it gets cold at night. That's one thing I miss. It doesn't get cold at night here. At night, I shit you not, it's like 87. Like it's still hot here at night. It just never gets cold. That's the thing that I think fucks with my brain the most about Vegas is like, oh, it never gets cold anymore. Like it just always stays hot. That's crazy. Whereas in San Francisco, the temperature gradient between the daytime, which is like pretty warm, like sweaty warm, and then like nighttime, it's like you need a hoodie. It's fucking cold. Like I like that. That's nice. It's good to have the variance. Books, you've been to like Bosnia and shit. How have you never been in New York City? I honestly haven't explored the east coast of the country very much. It's expensive. It's way more expensive than to visit fucking Poland and stuff or Austria and all that stuff. It's way cheaper to go there and visit all that stuff than it is to go and visit American stuff, because you have, especially if you don't have a house and you don't have groceries and you don't have all that stuff, like you constantly have a debuff that just drains you of money, and that makes it really hard to consider trips like that, because it's like, do I want to go visit New York for a week or do I want to spend a month in Japan? Like I would rather spend a month in Japan, right? So that's always the way that I've looked at travel, because I've had such little money, and that's generally what's kept me away from that stuff. Let's see here. My apologies. The neighborhood is called Main Street, Cupertino. Gotcha. Good to see you back. Hey, and before I go out, tits or ass? It's gonna sound childish, but I'm more of a tits guy, and I'm not talking big tits either. I need them to be like perky. I don't know, like good perky tits. Good perky tits. I'll take it over an ass any day. Because boobs are just so nice, and you see them all the time, and they make outfits cute and stuff, and it's like, yeah, butts are butts, but it's like I don't get as hyped up over asses as I do tits. I don't know, like having a nice ass and having nice tits, I don't know, nice tits, it's more rare, I feel like, because it's way more of a genetic lottery and stuff. I feel like, I don't know, I respect a good pair of tits. Drunk Romania streams are kind of pog. Yeah, maybe we'll have that happen again sometime. Cali doesn't experience winter though, which kind of sucks. I don't mind. If you really want winter in Cali, go up to the mountains. You can have your day of winter, It's not like California doesn't experience winter. Southern California doesn't. But I mean, For instance, if it's winter, go up to Mount Baldy. There might be snow. Go up there and, enjoy winter when you want it. Because winter isn't something that I think you want to happen all the time. And if you don't want winter to happen all the time and you want to pick and choose when you get winter, then California is fine. You'd always do that. Giga Chab, my man, a boob man. Yeah, I feel like it's more rare. I feel like everybody says butts, and I'm just like, they're like, yeah, it's utility, bro. I don't fuck your tits, I fuck your ass. Like, okay, yeah, I get you, but you're not fucking all the time. I don't know. Good boobs are better. Having a nice mind is rare too. What does that even mean? I mean, that wasn't one of my that wasn't one of the options to me. It was boobs or butt. I'm in Cali and I got snowed in for like a week several times this past winter. Yeah, there's winter in California. It's just not usually where all the people live, but you can go out of your way and go experience winter if you want to, and it's not that big of a trip. I would take big ass slash small tits over small ass big tits. Yeah, I'm not into big tits. I just like perky ones. Lucky, but also isn't living in the mountains hella expensive? It is, at least from what I hear. And it's tough because work is way less in the mountains. There's way less jobs and opportunities and stuff like that. But if Mr. Book is such a tits man, why does he have an ass pad? People think. Because boys can't have boobs. Sorry to break it to you. Actually, it's probably transphobic in some sort of way that I don't fully understand. But yeah, I don't know. An Astolfo boob pad would be kind of underwhelming and lack the support that I need for my wrist. I went from paying $2,700 a month in rent in San Diego to not paying rent at all, family cabin. I mean, that's one way to live in the mountains, sure, if you don't have to pay rent. Booksmart's your Europe trip was dope and helped convince me to get rid of my flat and become a digital nomad. Been traveling with just the backpack all around the Balkans since October, heading back to Canada in August, then thinking going around either South America or Southeast Asia in the new year. Southeast Asia, I can recommend. It's cool and it's probably changing all the time. So, if I were to give you a recommendation just because I've never been to South America, I would say definitely look at Southeast Asia. Like, my Hong Kong trip is something that will always stick with me my entire life because like I think Hong Kong has changed a lot since the last time I was there. And Hong Kong is a place that, if you lived there a decade before I was there, you'd probably say the same thing, and that it had changed a lot by the time I had seen it. And like, things are building up so quickly in Southeast Asia. Like I saw entire malls being constructed and things being torn down when I was in Thailand, and like things are constantly growing and changing there and in flux. So it's kind of interesting to go there because now you have like a cultural marker that as things change over time, you can kind of appreciate that in a way that you wouldn't have been able to before. And I'm sure South America has those same changes. I'm just not aware of them, but that was something that stuck with me. And congratulations. I'm very happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear that you took one out of the book and it's worked for you and you've enjoyed it. And, for the people for whom travel will like scratch an itch for their brain and like be something good for them, it's amazing to like connect and to do it, and then there are other people for whom it is definitely not a thing, and that's most people are just not going to enjoy traveling and doing that shit. But for the people that do, for the people that are built this differential and are constructed by God in such a manner where they can deal with it, then it's a cool experience to have. And you'll look back on it your entire life. Like you could go back into being settled down a year from now and you'll never lose those memories. You'll always have them. And I think it's well worth the both the time investment as far as like giving up years of your life to it, and of course the monetary investment. You were already going to pay for rent and stuff anyways, so why not spend the same amount of like necessary income and necessary expenditures on something that you get this other beneficial good out of. Like you get this other buff that lasts your entire life where you're worldly or whatever. Like for me, for instance, I don't know, I can go anywhere and I could talk about where I've been and the places I've traveled, and it gives me some kind of brownie points with people. And, there's just tons of benefits to it, I think. Took one out of the book. Yeah, I mean, he took a page out of a book. Aquaterra is the name of the place if you want to see it. I was in Mission Valley. The apartment I used to have is now up to $3,150. Let me look up this Aquaterra thing. I have no idea where you're talking about here. The San Diego place. I honestly when I was considering my move and I ended up picking Las Vegas, the place I wanted to live was San Diego. Like because like I don't know. When I was younger, San Diego and Oceanside were the cheaper alternatives to Orange County. So if you wanted all of the weather and the benefits and the niceness of Southern California, you could just go to San Diego or Oceanside or Carlsbad or whatever. And those places are beautiful and cheaper. But it wasn't the case. It was really hard to find any kind of housing in San Diego. And it was all just even more expensive than some places in Orange County. Like if you wanted to live in Santa Ana in Orange County, it would probably be cheaper than living in like a shittier part of San Diego, which was crazy to me because I don't know. But San Diego is wonderful. It's got tons of good food. It's open late, and you got public transport and trams, and Tijuana's right there, and all that stuff. I liked it there. Have you seen what non-metropolitan suburb U.S. towns are doing? No, I frankly don't care either. Sorry, was responding at Azamug. No problem. I love traveling, but it always seems like I'm drawn back to where I was planted. Like it makes me appreciate the bits of my home city that I take for granted when I'm there. Yeah, and you know what? That's the way it is for lots of people. And you know, even us that travel a lot and enjoy it. I mean, it's the way we feel too. Like, I felt that a lot when I first moved here. Like the first thing I did, because it's really fucking cold in Vegas in the winter, is I got a heated blanket. And I was like, oh my God, I can just put this in a closet and it disappears and I don't see it anymore. And I could just take it out when I want it. And like, I have all the storage and space, and I don't have to limit my niceties to like what's in a backpack. I can have anything that I want. I can have different places to work and desks, and I can have all my cables so I never need for a cable, and I can have a kitchen with all kinds of food and all the spices I could want, and I could store them for long periods of time and just pick whatever I want whenever I want, and I can have a fridge that nobody will steal from, and I can have all my stuff in there, and like I have clothes that are hung up, and I have a shower that will always have hot water and will always have good water pressure and always have the soap and shampoo that I want, and I can get the big version. I don't need the little one. And it's just that there's so many things that I appreciated when I moved in here, and I still do. And it's wonderful. Let's see. Oh damn, that's expensive. I love San Diego. Yeah, it's super pricey. It had a lousy Taco Bell though. Big Bear has the best Taco Bell ever. I honestly don't find that big of a difference between fast food places unless like I'm on the road. Like I never noticed that different cities have different have different quality of fast food. When I normally notice the difference in quality of fast food, it's like I'm on a road trip and I stop at like the gas stop on the way to Vegas, and it has like an Arby's, and the Arby's is like shitty or something like that. Like I normally notice it in like the in between, transitory places, but not really in the cities. I feel like the cities tend to have pretty consistent quality of fast food. The mayor, when designing with residents and developers, he wanted a redevelopment that would cater to Gen Z, millennials, and baby boomers looking to downsize. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't care about this. I don't care at all about this stuff. I probably should, maybe, as a resident of where I'm a resident of, but I just don't. Ah, yes, the shower roulette of Airbnbs. Yeah, and the Wi-Fi roulette. Like, for instance, I've noticed lately, they're doing maintenance or something. The internet here will go out at like 2:00 in the morning, but and I'll look at Down Detector and I'll see all the comments of people whose internet is also out, and they're complaining and they're like, Cox is so bad. This is like third world internet and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, in Europe, in Mexico, I might not even get power in Mexico like consistently, let alone internet, dude. Like you guys don't have any fucking concept. Like because your internet is out for like 20 minutes at 3:00 in the morning, you're gonna freak the fuck out. Like maybe if I streamed, it would bother me a lot more, but it's just like you have no idea. These people have no fucking idea. Like I just appreciate it so much. And it's like I also get to download whatever I want and have it on my computer. I could go play a game that's offline, and by the time I'm done with the game, my internet's back, right? Like, I don't know, because I did all the traveling and stuff, and I've suffered in so many different places and ways. Like, it's just like none of that stuff really bothers me. Like, we're lucky to even fucking have internet, dude. Like, I don't know. I used to live in Claremont in San Diego. 4 of us rented a 4-bedroom house for like 3K, and it was like, ooh, that's a good split. That's a good split, especially if you get along with all your roommates. Like I remember I was renting a place in California that was like 800 or 850 a month, I think it was. And I was a roommate with let's see, how many people did we have? About 4 other people as well. And it went fine for like the majority of the time that I lived there, because we all got along and we were stoners, and you know, like we didn't really fight ever or anything. So like, yeah, that was chill. And we were all chilling. We all realized like the good of the situation that we had. Like all of us got to keep tons of our money, because it's like that's not a lot to have to pay for. And we get to live in a wonderful place in Huntington Beach, super duper nice. Books, have you been to the Canes in Las Vegas? It's pretty good. I have not, but I'm sure it's just like every other Canes chicken, bro. Um, my my love in Vegas is Asian food. I think the Asian food here is tremendously good, and the experience is lovely. Like the last time my dad visited, we went and had drinks and all you can eat Korean barbecue. Oh my god, it's just so good. Literally everything, all the food. We had I think earlier in the day before, we had like Chicago style deep dish pizza from Chicago Brothers, if you're familiar in Vegas. So good. I mean, just the food, man. We have such good food. Granted, there's not a lot of good food options where I live specifically, like in my neighborhood, but like I can always go to downtown and like spend a day there. As a matter of fact, you guys are kind of inspiring me. I've inspired you to go travel or do whatever, be a good communicator. You're inspiring me. I think I might make a trip down to downtown, because Oppenheimer comes out and I don't have any movie theaters near me. So what I think I'll do, I'll go see Barbie, I'll go see Oppenheimer, and maybe I'll just fit in between that some like good places to eat. Um some people also want me to buy some stuff that is Vegas specific for them and ship it out to them. I might just buy that while I'm down there. Maybe I'll bring $100, do some gambling. Mm-hmm. Sounds like a good day. Sounds like a good day. Maybe I'll do that. That would be nice. It'll cost money, but I haven't been out of the house in so long, and I've been a good boy. I haven't been Uber Eatsing or anything else. Maybe I should take a day to go do that. That would be nice. Pro tip: business internet is often not much more, and you get treated with respect. True, but you can't just choose to have business internet in a residential area, so it's not like that helps me at all. But yeah, when I had business internet at my offices and stuff, it's really good, and the support is typically nice. How much bandwidth though? Romania with 1 gigabit. Oh my god. I don't know, but frankly, anything above maybe, and this will trigger some of you. I personally think anything above 40 or 30 is probably fine. That's high speed internet to me. If you can do 30 or 40 megabits, you're probably fine. Like that's fine. I think I have 100 here, or like 120 or something. But like realistically, I only see that when I download something. Like otherwise, YouTube will run fine. My video games will run fine. I don't really need a lot. And I've learned that through the traveling. You don't need all that stuff. Granted, it's cool to download a game in 2 minutes or whatever, but like the novelty is lost on me a little bit. That sounds like such a good day. I personally think I'm great at making days out in dates. I feel like I'm great at them. So I'm just gonna put that out there. I feel like I'm great at making fun days and dates. So I'm happy to hear you say that back to me. Does Vegas have a good KBBQ place? Every KBBQ place I've been to in Vegas has been good. I feel like it's tough to fuck up Korean barbecue. Granted, when I lived in Orange County, there are definitely levels to that shit, right? You could go to fucking, what is it called? I think it's Red something or whatever, like the fancier Korean barbecue place. You can get it fancy. Um, or you go to Irvine and go to another fancy one, or you go to a shitty one in fucking Torrance or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. There was way more levels to it, but I feel like anything that you go to in Chinatown in Vegas is typically good. I've not been unhappy with any Asian places I've been to that are in Chinatown. Granted, I don't go to a place if I think it's going to be shitty, so maybe I'm just picking good places, but I think the only thing I've had that's been bad Asian food in Vegas has probably been Vietnamese, but that's because I was spoiled. In case you don't know, Huntington Beach borders on a city called Westminster, and the story behind Westminster is when the U.S. was finishing up the Vietnam War, it sent a lot of Vietnamese people who were refugees over to Westminster. A lot of them settled there and stuff. And so Westminster has a slogan. It's like the all American city or whatever. An all American city named Westminster who has a ton of Vietnamese people, but whatever. Like, so Vietnamese food in Westminster is really fucking good, right? A lot of Asian food in Westminster is really fucking good. So like, you notice that there are levels to that shit because you have that. And similarly with Irvine, you have a lot of Korean people and stuff. And so you're going to have different levels of KBBQ and stuff because you can see really good stuff and it makes the other stuff look worse. Actually, by my house in where I used to live in Huntington, there was a place right by the Westminster Mall. If you guys are familiar with the area, probably very few of you, but whatever. It's like Pho 79 or something, that little pho place across the street from the mall that's in the parking lot with the Starbucks. So fucking good. It's just right there. So much good food there. Barbenheimer movie special. Yep, that's where I'm headed to. DoorDash is unnatural. Man was designed to have Taco Bell, was not designed to have Taco Bell delivered to his door. You should forage for it by driving there, like our ancient ancestors said. That's such a shitty thing about like the fast food addiction thing or whatever that I had is like, I would order Taco Bell and I know it's nowhere close to what it would be if you like ate that shit while you're high right out of the drive through after you got it, right? Like, that's really, I think, how that food should be consumed. It should never be reheated, but I would do that sometimes, or I would keep it in the fridge and think that I'm going to do it, but I don't end up doing it. Like, Taco Bell food gets so shitty when it comes to you, like through Uber Eats or whatever. I definitely agree. It was not meant to be Uber Eats. Another thing that's really not meant to be Uber Eats, but I would do a lot. It's like my treat to myself. Is I would get Wingstop and like, yeah, wings aren't the same or even as good when they get to you, but like if you pay for the priority thing, it's generally decent and like, oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Wings, garlic, parmesan, lemon, pepper. Oh, so good. You guys are making me hungry. Um Oh yeah, 30 megabits is fine, but upload, I'll take 100,000 or more gigabit upload. I don't know. Even as a streamer, I feel like 10 is probably fine, right? Like if you get a consistent 10 all the time, 10 is fine. I don't know how you're exceeding 10. I don't know what the fuck you're doing where you need more than 10, but like even streaming, like you get more, but it just increases reliability more than it does like improve your thing. Like you're mostly getting the better upload rates because it generally means that the lows are higher and the highs are higher, right? But you more so care that it doesn't dip past a certain point. Oh, instant YouTube uploads. But the majority of YouTube uploads, to my understanding, is processing, which doesn't have anything to do with the actual upload itself. Vegas is a place known for generally good food everywhere you go. I mean, yeah, it lives up to it, especially the downtown area. I can't speak for the rest of it. The rest of it, I really don't know. I granted, I'd say it's probably 80% still good outside of like the downtown area of Vegas, but I don't know. I've had bad places in outside of it. Anything above 100 is throttled by the website's up/down limits, honestly. Yeah, so it probably doesn't matter. Being super out of the loop for nearly a year now. Are you don't posting videos? Last video was nearly a year ago. Yeah, because the videos are down to tack, and it's not like he's had stuff to work with, or I've been making him do anything or whatever. So no, I've just been chilling. I've been doing my job, and now that that's done, and I'm transitioning to my next thing, I figure I could fit a little bit of streaming into my life. I could do a couple of hours. Bro, Wingstop added a new flavor, hot honey. It's bomb. I've had it. It's decent. It's decent. Probably the best flavor now. I much prefer the dry rubs and stuff. I am a huge garlic parmesan guy, but that's because reheated garlic parmesan is really fucking good. Like, it doesn't matter because it's fucking garlic parmesan. It's gonna taste good if you fucking eat it out of the fridge. I mean, it'd be gross texturally, but like, I love that because it reheats really well. That and lemon pepper. Oh my god, I love the dry rubs. I love them so much. And they don't make a mess of your hands or anything either. I use Dropbox all the time for work and upload and download tens of gigs a day. Yeah, so I mean, you're in a unique situation, right, for that, but yeah, not mine at all. Oh man. Why does my thing still say AI panel with certified experts? Is that my title on YouTube? I certainly hope not. That would be unfortunate. Oh, let me check that. No, on YouTube it's Good Morning Internet. What is it on Twitch? Let's see here. What is my title on Twitch right now? I deleted all of my bookmarks for all the stuff that I used to use for streaming, so I can't really check things as quickly. Back to Twitch channel. Mute site. No, it's Good Morning Internet. Okay, restream's just being weird. Okay. Lean, mean, and full of beans. I got a Yamaha keyboard. Glad you're doing well. I loved all your debate content, but after a while, the debate world just stressed me out, so I took a break. Good. But I had to look you up. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll do some debate stuff in the future, but like, if I could Thanos snap my fingers and make something happen, it would be kind of cool to just be able to do whatever I want on stream, obviously, right? Like, it's just whatever, read articles, fucking research stuff, learn to code, do whatever, and people are just there for the ride. So I doubt I'll turn this back into like an essay specific thing. Because it's just, yeah, I burn out on it. Plus it's tough to deal with all the people and the personalities, and you're never going to grow bigger than Steven, really, unless you really try for that like Vosh did. So I don't know. Not that you need to be as big as Steven to be happy with it. I mean, if you're making a living off of streaming, you're doing better than, what is it, 90 something percent of the people. So, bruh, same. My college diet was order a large pizza for the week and 40 boneless wings for the week and reheat with Cajun flavoring, cheap but tasty. My thing now is cooking. Like, honestly, I wish I would have gotten into cooking earlier, because cooking is just so magical. It's so much cheaper. You can have it exactly how you want it. If you really want something, you can ask the restaurant how they prepare it and stuff. And if it's a small place, they might just tell you. Like, it's just, you can just make whatever you want. It's like Minecraft. Like, you get to choose your own adventure and make your own thing. And like, I love it. Like, today actually, because I have some potatoes that are starting to get a little bit squishy, so they're kind of getting not good. I'm gonna make a curry, and I love making curry because it's like, whatever's left over that I know I'm not going to be able to use, like if I have, old chicken or something like that, I could just throw it all in a curry, and I have, a lifetime supply of fucking Japanese curry powder paste stuff, and I add my own Indian flavorings and things in there to make it nice and yummy. And super duper secret, there is this stuff that is black, and it's like a soy glaze or something like that. It's like a very sweet Japanese sauce, sort of. And it's very sugary. So if you need to add sugar to a Japanese dish and you want to keep it Japanesey, don't use sugar. Just put that soy glaze stuff in there, and it adds all the flavor you want, and it has the sugar in. I don't know. I love cooking. I love my kitchen. My kitchen is so nice. Um, let's see, with a bowl of rice, yeah. And that's another thing is rice is so cheap. Like I got my big ass Nishiki bag, and it's never gonna fucking run out. And oh, it's so nice. You didn't miss much. Most of the content of the past year has been low quality. Yeah, I have not really enjoyed the Red Pill arc very much. It's just very boring and repetitive. And like maybe if I had some sympathies for the other side, I could be invested in it. Like I was for the lefty arc because, and most of you probably agree because hell, you're here, but like most of us support progressive values and that ideal for the world. We would like to believe in a utopia that gets snapped into existence where everybody gets healthcare and housing and food is taken care of and water and people are okay and they're not, starving or dying or, ill or whatever. And so it was easy to connect to the characters, even if they were zany and out of this fucking world and wrong on stuff, on the left side of things. But now that the right side has come in, I don't like, maybe in an ironic sense, I'll make jokes and stuff, but like, I don't hate women. I don't think like super negatively of women. If anything, if I were to have respect for one gender over the other, I would have more respect for women. I think that they have a tougher way of it in the world. I think culturally or whatever you would call it, I think women have it better. They're better at communicating with people and understanding themselves and interfacing with the world in a more flavorful way that understands more things and whatever. If I had to stereotype it, but like, I don't feel super negatively towards women. So all this red pill stuff, it's like, I'm like sitting in the audience, like I can't even sort of root for the people that he's arguing against. So I've not really enjoyed it, and I don't enjoy watching people have to debate over it and stuff either. So it's just like I don't know, like even trans stuff, it gets like boring and drawn out and lame and the topics are weird, but like at the end of the day you probably support trans people or you want them to have a good life even if you don't really believe in it or whatever the fuck your hang up is. But yeah, I don't feel that at all with the red pill stuff. It's hard to be sympathetic to any of it, and it's all like very clearly performative and like fake, like Sneeko. Clearly, especially based on stuff that's leaking now, he's dead ass like optics brained, and he's like trust the optics, and fucking he's lying about fucking all this different shit, and he's pretending like he's this devout Muslim dude and shitting on other people's way of lives that frankly kind of sound better than the life that he's saying that you should live, that he's also not living, right? Like I don't know if I could snap my fingers and be like a dedicated Muslim man with 3 wives, or be Destiny in fuck whatever woman I want and have one that I can always come home to who's beautiful and open and whatever. Like I would probably pick the Destiny life. Like yours isn't even better than Destiny's, and you get to pick whatever you wanted. Like at least the lefty people, their thing kind of sounds better than what Steven believes in with capitalism and having to work with the systems and use electoral politics. Like, yeah, that's all a drag compared to a revolution that instills like the perfect utopia. Like, it's so weird. Like it's not a preferable thing. So I've been tuned out of it. And, I can't really sit through those podcasts, and they're just very boring to me. Not to say Steven's content's boring. He's been keeping it up, and he tries to make it interesting and whatever. And I've learned over my years of being a snake and speaking out of turn and whatever. Like I'm not saying Steven's content has been boring. I still watch all that stuff. It's just like I don't enjoy it. It's tougher to get into. I don't complete a lot of the videos. Like I watched the Fuentes thing. I don't even think I finished it. Like I think I was watching a clip from the stream and I didn't even finish it. Like especially with Zerka on anything. Like I don't really care. Like I don't really like the Zerka stuff. I don't like the infrared Haas stuff. I don't really like that personality type. And I feel like it ruins whatever it's in the same room as. It's like lecture fan type shit. Like Oh, and now I don't like this anymore. It's a major boner killer for the content, I feel like. And maybe if you like Zerka Hour, it's cool for you, right? Because he just dominates the fucking thing, but I don't, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I've not been super stoked on stuff as of late. Um, it's also tough because it's not something you can really analyze a lot of. Like the Nick one might be interesting to analyze, but it's not because his points are interesting. It's like the optics battle between him and Steven, and you know, the way that's playing out and people are perceiving it, and the dynamic of having Steven be in the wolf's den is interesting, but it's not like the content itself is really like super in depth or whatever. Wait, what? Sneeko stuff is leaking? Well, if you're out of the loop, there was this chick called Xena or whatever, and you know, take this with a grain of salt. I don't even follow this. There's a Xena chick who apparently was his girlfriend, but he was hiding that she was his girlfriend, and he said that like she fell in love with him, and they weren't really girlfriend boyfriend, even though he said they were girlfriend boyfriend in private, and that he just had to keep it secret. And so then she got triggered, and she just starts leaking shit because he's having multiple threesomes and doing all this haram shit and drinking and doing drugs, or at least he's around drugs and buying drugs. And it's like, so she just dumps all this stuff because he's like not giving her even a modicum of respect in the public eye. And I think she finally snapped and wasn't able to stand that anymore, which I don't know, power to her. Bookie, would you be into kind of being a bit of a character if you were to come back into the orbits? It seems reality TV evolves into more and more fiction. Professional wrestling has its characters. If I really wanted to take it seriously and I wanted to make this stream something where it could be my job, that would be the smart strat. Like, don't be Booksmarts the Destiny Orbiter, be Booksmarts the Booksmarts, and like you know, talk about and to red pill people and reach out to them and try to make content, maybe talk to some of the women that were involved there, and you know, make a whole plan to where I fit myself into the narrative of the ongoing TV show that is you know, the red pill space and whatever, and go to the shows maybe, and you know, try to pursue all that. But I'm not about that, dude. I don't really like all that, and it's doing a lot of stuff I don't really want to do for money that isn't really guaranteed. If I were to stomach having to do stuff I don't want to do and having to travel for it and all of that, I personally would just prefer doing that for a job that pays six figures than I would to do it for streaming. And then having, you know, a profile out there where anytime I go on a date or whatever, presuming I'm successful, people just already have a pre-existing idea of who I am in their head, and not knowing if people out there might hate me because I made fun of Muslims or whatever. Like, I don't really like the baggage that would come with all of that. But yeah, that would be the strat if I really wanted to do that. I just don't know if I don't know if I have the chops for it, to be honest with you. Plus, like, if I did that, I wouldn't want to be myself 110%. I would want to create a persona that is just slightly off from me so that I'm protected from blowback and stuff. And it would take a lot of thinking on what are the positions of this book smarts guy and yada, yada, yada. I don't really want to do any of that. Low key, I think Destiny is transitioning into his retirement arc. Yeah, maybe. Zerka content might actually be dying. Even the hosts are getting sick of him. That's what Steven says, and that's what the SOS podcasts look like. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Because if you're good at just attaching yourself to people and extracting value from them, that's a good skill to have. And people like him, and he can do drugs with you and not tell on you and whatever, or know about your sescapades, and you can talk with him about it. Like, there's probably a lot of benefits to having Zerka around as a friend, and I could see that even not being involved in the scene. So, and as long as you have that, you're good on something like Fresh and Fit, where that kind of personal connection does a lot for you. And if you're on there, then you get relevance to be on everything else. And they all need content because they're not really interesting on their own. So it's just their thing. So what are you saying? Is Steven a terrorist? No, those crazy extremists, loud assholes murdered his political cred online. I didn't say he's a terrorist. I don't know, bro. Well, she also posted cutting pictures on Twitter, which horrified the shit out of me. Yikers. Angela Nightingale guess. Haha, she's a funny person. I don't even know who that is. Oh my God, IRI is doing great work talking to people on Omegle. He's top G. Yeah, it's good for him. I'm happy to see he's doing all sorts of content. And chugging along, man. He's keeping at it. Slowly growing. And we're coming up into this next year, which will be an election year. So that's the time where IRI can start to grab the permanent audience and level up and get a few hundred more to his average concurrent viewer thing. So I'm excited for him. I hope he takes full advantage of it. I hope he's able to actually do the traveling stuff that I know he always wants to do. He's always talking about it. It's just, it's tough to work it out and logistically and get, the chutzpah to go and do it and whatever. And so I wish him the best. I hope he's able to like leverage this election season to do a lot for him. And I hope it's interesting and there's lots of stuff to cover and he gets to ride that wave. I wish nothing but the best things for Ira. I love that dude. Destiny had a few people on who were from low-class backgrounds who cut through the BS so cleanly. One lady called the red pill stuff out as a ghetto as fuck, and it's so true. Yeah. Do you think Destiny even enjoys the red pill stuff? It seems like it has made him really on edge on his off hours. He seems crueler than he used to be. It's just not challenging. I think he liked it a lot at first. Like, if you watch the stuff with him and Matheson, and he's on that RPA podcast or whatever with the dudes where he can say the F slur and whatever, I think he liked that because the grass is always greener, right? He had been spending time with soy boy fucking lefty people who never let him say anything, and he's got this inner edgelord he wants to let out and whatever. And so when he's finally able to release it, yeah, that's fun and it's cool and everybody's energetic and whatever. But then after you've said your piece and made your points, and then you settle back into debate mode, and you actually start caring about winning with the people, and you need to start strategizing. I feel like it becomes less fun. That would be my guess, is like, well, now it's turned back into debating, and I have to go in here and I have to think about the audience, and I have to think about countering these people's points, and they don't even really respect the idea of debate. Like, they're not bought into the same things that the lefty people cared about. Like, he was very lucky with the lefty people that they cared about the same things he cared about. They cared about trying to have the points right in the discussion and having the evidence and working with all this. And granted, it's not saying their stuff is evidence-based. I mean, they use it as a tool to put forth their arguments and entertain people and whatever, but at least they're playing the similar game. They're speaking the same language. But with these people, they don't really care about that stuff at all, and he can't really win in that way, and he can't really convince people a ton unless he changes his stuff a lot. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. I'm not in his brain, but I don't know. Again, I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to go right off the bat with talking about Steven like I know him or whatever and fucking get in trouble. Regardless of anyone's feelings on the man, Mr. Girl was 100% right about Steven's handling of Fuentes. He was quickly fading into obscurity, but now he's beating Steven in front of 30K people. That was somebody else's comment that they wrote. That is not what I said, just for the clip. New character, Dark Book Smarts. Yeah, maybe, bro. Semi unrelated, just wanted to toss that out there. No, what the Dark Book Smarts thing would actually look like is Noah. It would be a new person called Noah that is who you think that I would actually be outside of streaming, and then that guy would be probably the thing I would prop up as the new thing, instead of a dude that's trying to like be careful and pay attention to what he's saying and consider that other people are watching and whatever. Dark Book Smarts equals book getting a buff VTuber model and pivoting into thirst trap ASMR content. Probably not. I don't think VTuber stuff would last very long. Plus, I can't do all the gesticulations and things I like to do. Like, and I talked with Stale and his people about this, because they're kind of working on something along these lines. But like, as a person who's very animated kind of naturally, and I've heard people that watch me stream before say that like the modulation and the way that I speak and in the things that I'm doing and all these little things I'm unconsciously giving you as ways to like read into what I'm saying and whatever. If I didn't have all that, yeah, maybe a VTuber makes sense. But because I have all that, I feel more limited by a VTuber avatar than I am enabled by it, because I already kind of act a lot with my body and I'm like pretty flamboyant. My voice goes all over the place, and I feel like it would just kind of remove avenues for me to communicate to do a VTuber thing. But yeah, cooking a stream sometime, perhaps, maybe. The thing is, cooking is something that I like to do on my own. The idea that I would have somebody being like, You're not cutting onions the right way. Those onions are really thick. Why doesn't he butterfly that? Like all that shit, I don't want it. And it would ruin cooking for me. So probably not. Like, unless I was making some like basic tutorial series where I teach people that don't know how to cook to like cook basic things, where I could be like, yeah, fuck it. It might not be the perfect way, but it is the book smarts way. And if you don't know how to do it, this is a way that will get you from A to Z, from your base ingredients to a finished meal that it tastes good, right? Like, and cooking is so personal. Like, I might use a lot more butter than you are comfortable with because I want my food to taste really good. And to me, and most people, in my opinion, food tastes really good when you have lots of butter, lots of salt, that kind of stuff. Like, I don't really want to invite people into my kitchen to be criticizing me, to be honest. Um, Fuentes fading in obscurity alongside Kanye. What? It's a Mr. Girl argument thing. Kanye, who? I heard he's so irrelevant that he's got to go back to making music. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, Jamal. But yeah, I wouldn't want to invite people into my kitchen to criticize me cooking. That's really not what I would want. Um, but the idea of helping people learn to like cooking is something that I like. It's just the problem is it comes with the nitpickers. Those fucking nitpickers. I hate them. Nitpickers ruin everything, bruh. Nitpickers ruin cooking, bruh. I don't want nitpickers sitting there and fucking telling me to do this and that and whatever. It's like, bro, it's not for you. If you already know how to do that stuff, it's not for you. Then it's easier to just write them off when you're just giving basic information to people. That's me with salt. My doctor would kill me if they saw my sodium levels. Yeah, or like something I do that I know is not good and you shouldn't really do it. Or it's not ideal. I don't use like iodized table salt. I always use like, and it's probably still iodized, whatever, but I always use the kosher salt. And the reason why is my happiness level goes up when I'm dashing. You know what I mean? 2 seconds. I like to touch things. You know what I mean? I'm a very sensual man. So I like, I use one of these, right? I got my salt in there. And I love, oh, I love that. I love that so much. You don't understand. So even if a dish doesn't really need that and you're not going to get the benefit of the texture out of it, like you're throwing it into water or something, I still like it because it makes cooking this much more fun. And if you stack all these little ways of making cooking more fun, that's what I'm in it for. So I love that I have my little bowl and I love that I can take my salt out and touch it. And so that's what I do, you know? But people would be like, oh, you shouldn't eat that because, you know, the whole point of kosher salt is that it adds the texture to the food and it doesn't even dissolve properly if you put it in water. So if you're boiling water for pasta, you probably shouldn't use that. You're wasting it. It costs more money. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about any of that, bro. First time chatter. Kanye was after Destiny semi-resurrected him. Steven himself said at the time that Fuentes had no reach anymore. After Steven's streams, Fuentes was invited on to Fresh and Fit, and after that, all the Kanye stuff happened. Yeah. I would be interested to be in Steven's head and know how he makes these calculations because, like, I could imagine it goes several ways when he talks to Milo Yiannopoulos or something like that. One way is yeah, probably not good at a moral or ethical level, probably, but it's easy to shrug off. That's the first thing to go. And but there might be some people who name recognize this person, and I might be able to get just a few thousand more people who haven't heard of me to, you know, see this thing. And hell, maybe some of the people that do know this person get converted over, and that's great, and that's always something worth working towards and whatever. And he sees it that way, and if you see it that way, one time maximizes the benefit you get out of it. Doing it multiple times and the other person doesn't have anything going for them beyond the name recognition they've already gotten for themselves, which they're not increasing between appearances, then it doesn't make sense. So he just does it the one time, and you milk it the one time, and you get what you get out of it, and opportunity seized, and then you move on. I think that's probably how I would think about it if I were Steven. And so that's what I think he thinks, but he probably wouldn't admit to that, even if it was true. He might also view it as like, I'm a very open dude. I don't back down from conversations. I believe I have the right idea. This is the branded version of Destiny. You know, I have the right ideas all the time. I'm not afraid of debates. I'm pretty open. If you want to talk with me, you can always hop on and do it. And so, because of that openness, maybe he feels a compulsion towards like entertaining some of these opportunities just off of that alone. And then he does it. And then there's a little bit of regret that seeps in afterwards after he realizes that, like, this person wasn't going anywhere without me. They clearly used me for this opportunity in a way where, like, I feel like they probably got a lot more out of it than I did. And now I don't want to play this game anymore because it's not fun and didn't really work out. And so now I'm not going to do it. Those are kind of the two ways that I kind of see it going. But I don't know. I don't know, Steven. So can't say. That chunky salt is great on dry rubs. Oh, it's great on everything. I love my chunky salt because I love the texture. I love everything. I love everything on Bauhi. I'm never going to play FTL again. I didn't really like FTL. I think you guys liked FTL. I liked FTL for the first maybe 15, 20 hours of it. But after that, no, I don't really like it. It's super repetitive and not fun. Like, there are repetitive games that are fun because the act of playing them is fun. Like Dungeon of the Endless. When my internet runs out, what game do I go play? I go play Dungeon of the Endless. It's the same game over and over again, doing the same thing over and over again, but the process is fun. It reminds me of Gauntlet. Maybe older people in the chat know what I'm talking about. Do you guys remember Gauntlet? The wizard is about to die. Like, that game is the same thing over and over again, but it's a fun gameplay loop, at least compared to what was available back then. And I used to enjoy playing Gauntlet with my dad. And Dungeon the Endless is like that. But FTL, I don't feel like is a fun gameplay loop. I don't personally like it. It's the same thing over and over again, so it's really tough to get into it. Nick Fuentes was Kanye's 2020 campaign manager who supposedly was responsible for failing to get the paperwork to all the states they were supposed to get Yay on the ballot. Bad Nick screwed Yay? I don't know, bro. Fight goiters, use iodized salt. Yeah, I don't know. Gripers have always been all over the place, and he basically owns whatever platform he's on. There's no way he was done. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know because I don't follow that stuff. I've never honestly looked at his numbers or his communities. They're all hidden in fucking Telegram and shit. Like, I have no way of knowing or even, you know, beginning to understand if what Steven is saying is correct there. It's just kind of the DGG take. So that's what's out in the ether. Same with the Leafy thing. Like, he said that stuff about Leafy. I personally knew enough about Leafy, and I don't know a lot about Leafy, but from what little I knew, I disagreed with him when he said that, like, he's irrelevant, whatever. Like, wait. I know enough about Leafy to know that he could go anywhere and still have an audience and get all this stuff. Like, that might be the way that you're seeing Fuentes. It's just I don't know enough to confirm if it's like that for Fuentes. But when he said that stuff, I'm like, yeah, he wants relevancy insofar as you all want relevancy. He's creating, like I said before, you kind of create controversies and insert yourself into dramas so that you're a part of the narrative and then you get back on the horse, right? And that's clearly what he was doing. That part's correct. But the idea that Leafy was completely irrelevant is totally untrue. He had a lot of people that were like diehard Leafy fans. And like, I felt like he was really downplaying like the brand power that Leafy had in a way that like, felt very inaccurate to me, but you know, some people did fight him on it. I did see that. I'm not willing to fight him on it, so don't fucking share this to him as like some fucking debate invite or something like that. But that was one thing I saw where I'm like, I don't know about that. So could that be the same thing for Nick Fuentes? I don't know. I don't follow Nick Fuentes' content enough, but like, as an individual outside of everything else, unlike Leafy, in my opinion, Nick Fuentes is consistently entertaining. He's a really good entertainer. He has that dog in him. He can do it. So whether he has the relevancy or the audiences or not prior to that point, whatever, he has what it takes to build it. Like he has it there. He has that thing. I feel like Sneeko has those latent abilities with his video making abilities as well. Like if Sneeko ever wanted to, he could probably just focus on YouTube and become a YouTube creator that people would respect. He's just chosen not to do that because he can make more money in a way easier way by, pretending to be some fucking Romanian alpha or whatever the fuck he does. But I'd say him and Nick Fuentes both, they have that like that dog in them. They have the entertainer in them. They could do it. They just need to do the right thing, So I don't know. Yeah. Let's see here. He's recently said that he legitimately thought Fuentes was not a full fucking Nazi around the chicken and waffle stream. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There is something interesting that I probably can't do any streams on or anything, but like personally fascinates me in a way that like early book smarts would make a video about. Where and I've talked to him about this. Have you been keeping up with my few and far between appearances on Steven's stream since I stopped streaming? And it's that sometimes, and I call it love, he falls in love with somebody, and it's because he sees something in them from the public and private interactions he has with them, where he something catches his eye in people. He had that with Sneeko. He had that with what's his name, with Mr. Girl. He has that with the Nick Fuentes dude. Like he just falls in love with people, and then he just says stuff like, "Oh no, Sneeko's super duper smart. Like he's a smart kid, and I saw his YouTube videos from before, and like that person exists in there, and whatever." And he falls in love with it, and then he kind of, I think it kind of clouds his vision on other aspects of the person's character in a way that I don't think he understands about himself. But this is me like stepping out of bounds and super psychoanalyzing or whatever. But like I see that kind of thing happen. And I don't know what triggers it or whatever, what the nature of it is. But yeah, he's had that with a few people. I think the Nick Fuentes arc with the fucking chicken and waffles and whatever was kind of one of those where it's like, he sees something in Nick and he really likes Nick for whatever reason. And so he's going to maybe turn a blind eye or a fucking cloudy cataract side towards some of the other stuff that's going on with the dude. And because he's so good at arguing and debating, and this is a really tricky thing that I've talked with him about since we very first started interacting. When you're that good at communicating and convincing people and working a conversation, it's really tough if you're motivated not to believe in criticism about you to like get that criticism through to you. Like he built up so many walls and defenses on this island that he sits upon with his ideas and his beliefs about things. And he really does feel the need to have people be able to like reach into the island and tell him when something is broken or not working or whatever. But all the defenses and stuff that he takes pride in the island that are like really good for him also really protect him from some of that stuff. Like I agree at the time, like I understood where Mr. Girl was coming from, and I feel like it was a very intuitive argument for like most people. And granted, Mr. Girl's reading the Reddit and he knows that sentiment exists and that's part of it. But like, all of that exists, and it's just really difficult to get through to him. Most of that stuff where it's like really good points that he needed to have taken into account, he takes so long to come around on them. He's like any other human being, but more so in that it takes, I think, even longer than it would the average creator for him to like come around on something that I think he's like clearly in the wrong about. And it's really tough for DGG to understand that too, because again, he's so good at arguing that even if he's wrong on something, he can still convince you he's right, or that there's some doubt there, or like whatever. And that happens with a few different things. Yeah. And so I don't know. It's tough. I think the Nick Fuentes thing and him being a Nazi was one of those. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I could go deeper and prefer not to. Let's see here. Sneeko will make it out of this arc. He has Annie Brittany Simon, who's been following for him for 10 years. I have no idea what do they even mean? Games can be slow or repetitive, but not both. I don't know. Games like Stellaris and stuff are slow and repetitive, no? And people seem to really like them. I don't know. I'd argue Civ is like a pretty slow and repetitive game as well, kind of. Those kind of RTS games tend to be slow and repetitive, in my opinion. Gauntlet 2 Commodore Gang, let's go, Poggies. Yeah, it's probably such a weird call out. Is there still a sequel coming out for Dungeon of the Endless? I don't think for Dungeon, but they came out with something that's like a dungeon exploration thing. I feel so bad because I stopped streaming right around the time where I actually started to make contacts at that company, because they were going to get me keys to the new game and they wanted me to promote it and all this stuff. It was like a real thing that was going to happen for their new dungeon crawler game. But like, I still haven't even played it. I feel bad because I feel like they do email me on occasion. I just don't respond because I'm like, yeah, I don't stream anymore. Which is probably another reason to keep this up, is opportunities like that. And it gives you an excuse to meet people you otherwise wouldn't get to meet, or have them entertain you a little bit. Max is broken, but coming back too. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube certainly hasn't been doing him any favors. I don't think I've been recommended anything from Max's channel since before I even stopped streaming. I don't even think I got recommended Mr. Girl channel stuff. Like, yeah, like, damn. I don't think YouTube has ever done him any favors, really. I barely get anything recommended. Like, none of his stream bods or fucking nothing. He's just disappeared. I think I saw him in a thumbnail of a Destiny clip video recently, but it was like a tiny, tiny portion of the clip. Steven's recent despondency towards the trans community feels similar, but that could just be my perspective. Oh, you know what? Another good example of the thing he misses on is probably he holds two ideas, I feel like, at the same time in his head, where, oh no, because he ended up snapping one way, which is that like Twitter represents like the average people. It doesn't, dude. What it does is it has successfully integrated into like the mainstream media narrative, but it isn't what average people are aware of or think about or know. At least not the way that I think that he treats it like it does. Like, I think he's a bit twisted on that, but it's because the dude is always on fucking Twitter, and he's always, and I know that's a meme, but like unironically, like he's very Twitter brained, and like he just leans into it. And so I think he's kind of poisoned on that side of things as well. Yeah, much to the chagrin of trans people, I'm sure, but you know, because your guys' crazies are particularly bad. I will say, I feel bad for trans people because your crazies online are fucking awful, dude. Like, it's like Muslim levels of crazies. Like, your extremists are so bad. Like, they're so bad for you guys. I feel so fucking bad because the majority of trans people are probably chilling, or they're fucking living 90% in their heads, fighting their own fucking demons and shit, and not really externalizing it in the way that all these other people do. But like, damn, you guys are fucking poisoned by your extremists, bro. It's so fucking sad. Unfortunate for y'all. Isn't he still banned on YouTube? Oh, Mr. Girl. Oh yeah, he's banned from YouTube. I forgot about that. Yeah, that might be why. But other people are banned from YouTube, and I still see them recommended about stuff. So I don't know. Like Nick Fuentes is banned on YouTube, I'm pretty sure, but I still get recommended like random Nick Fuentes stuff. Mr. Girl was featured on Rumble front page for a while, so 30K views, but it's a trickle now. But he's not quitter, but he does cry. Aw. I sincerely miss Max's old content. His documentary, The Fiend, legitimately changed the way I perceive motivation and drive myself and others. I feel like that's not his take. I don't know what take you're talking about. Again, I'm already reminded. I don't want to get into Destiny stuff because I'm going to say something wrong, and then you guys are going to say, actually, he said it this way this one time. When I'll give a disclaimer. When I'm talking about Destiny stuff, I'm talking about my synthesis of what I see from him, not a direct quote from Steven, because if I only use direct quotes from Steven, we would not get very far because he, anywho, yeah, Max is good at making videos. He's kind of like Sneeko in that way. He makes interesting videos that I do want to watch all the way to the end, even if I disagree with him or whatever. So I wish, yeah, if he would just stuck to that, he probably would have been chilling. It's true. I'm ready to jump down throat at any given moment. Nice. Welcome back. We'll call you the Zeitgeist. I call it the Vortex. I don't even know what that means. Oh, one thing I'll ask about, you guys probably know about. How is the R Play stuff going? Kind of awkward that they pull out that trap card at a time where they want to kind of rebuild their image in people's eyes and kill the tradition of it. But and I have seen bots and admin privileges and stuff being a particular problem with it. But what's been your guys' take? Is DGG doing cool stuff? Are other streamers jumping in on it like they used to? Or is it all kind of like shit? Really good? Well, that's good to hear. Because, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because my perception of it is through Reddit and Twitter. But what little I've seen of it, it seems like everybody's upset. It seems like there's a lot more bots this time or whatever. But it's kind of like, to pull one out of Destiny's book, it's kind of like the Chinese burglar or whatever situation where, like, I've seen like 6 things about it. And if you just choose to make those 6 things negative, I'll think negatively about it or think that the internet thinks negatively about it. And I think that's about where I'm at with it. I don't know. War never changes. Territory is protected. Let me see if I can go look at it right now and see what it's looking like, and we'll check in on that. Let's go to recording. Let's try my webcam. Hello. Oh shit. Yeah, whatever. We'll put me here. Okay, our place. Oh, cool. Who's this guy? Oh, how do I zoom and stuff? Oh, okay. Wait, what? So you right click to move? Oh no, left click. Let's see if I can find. Are these the dogs? Are these the Hassan dogs? I don't even know. Let's see here. Okay, a bunch of random shit. Where is he at on here? I'm gonna see if I can naturally. Oh, there he is. Okay, okay. Okay, so we got a little bit of Destiny thing here. We have a trans flag in the background. The Chad thing. These aren't him, nor are these. Okay. What's up with the wall? Is there a meme here? What's up with the bridge? Oh, because the bridge is on fire. Okay. I don't understand what the significance of the wall thing is, or like why this DGGL has a Irish hat or whatever it's called, a leprechaun hat. He's killing the red pill. Okay. And then we got our Pepe with the AK, like Taliban, I guess. Okay. He doesn't have anything else on here. It's just that. I guess it's fairly prominent. I mean, for what everything else is. The schizo / Giga Chad living in the walls meme. Oh, okay. The VTuber community has their own news channel. Not sure if the Debatosphere does. Little wrap up synthesis and general headlines is like short form content. That anything? Oh, you're saying I should do that? Or what are you saying? I don't see the American flag anymore. Right click, it shows you where subs have chosen to place their pins. Oh. Then how come he doesn't have one on his? Shouldn't it say like r/destiny? Interesting. I wonder why he doesn't have that. I miss doner kebab. Oh my god. Dude, literally same. Like I can go out and I can get I can get like Greek gyros or whatever the fuck they're called, but I can't get like straight up European style made by fucking Syrian immigrants. I can't get the good shit. You know what I mean? I can't get like the real fucking shit. Like, I don't want Greek food, dude. I want my fucking donor, bro. Like, I guess you could probably go to like some Turkish place or something, but like, yeah, I miss that about Europe. Like, two things about certain places in Europe that I really miss food wise, because you guys get immigrants from these places. Indian food, especially in the UK, because you can get cheap Indian food. Um, and I miss fucking Middle Eastern food. Like, there's so many good Middle Eastern food places in Europe, and I feel like we just don't get that kind of love here. Because probably because we don't have a lot of love for Middle Eastern people here, but we yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. At least near where I live, we don't get a lot of that. But we get Asian, and you guys don't get Asian. And even better, here's our special ability: we get Mexican, and you guys don't get Mexican at all. It like Mexican food in Europe is like, what the fuck is going on here, guys? Jesus Christ. Very disappointed with your guys' Mexican food. Although you do get Ecuadorian food for some reason. I don't know why. Everywhere I went in Europe, like every like hipster area that has foreign food always has some like fucking Ecuadorian shit. And Ecuadorian shit tends to be good, from my experience in Europe. And I don't see a lot of that here. But yeah, we get Asian and Mexicans. I feel like it makes up for it. Yeah, I feel like you guys have way shittier Asian food, and your Mexican food, there's no comparison. Your Mexican food's fucking awful. Like, people pretend like, oh, you know, compared to Mexico, fucking California Mexican food's so fucking bad. Yeah, but you never had European Mexican food, so shut the fuck up. Okay, European Mexican food is like Mexican food in fucking Idaho. It's so bad. It's so like unbelievably bad. And it's like, how do you fuck it up? How do you fuck it up? It's like, you don't, it's not like Indian food. You don't need 30 fucking spices to make Mexican food taste good. You can just get like taco mix seasoning, and you could go get like fucking queso, and like, I feel like you could easily get the things that you need to make it good, and yet somehow you guys don't put two and two together. What do you mean? Europe is full of Viet Thai. Thai doesn't really count. First of all, never say Thai, because Thailand literally has a program to export chefs. So yeah, congrats. You're a part of a fucking psyop by the fucking Thai government. Yeah, but Thailand will send out chefs and shit. So that doesn't count, because Thailand facilitated that, not you guys accepting immigrants or whatever. I'm talking about natural. I'm talking about naturally. Naturally, you guys don't have the, and Vietnamese food. No, your Vietnamese food isn't good. I'm sorry to tell you. I feel like it's very hit or miss, and normally it's a miss. Your guys' Vietnamese food is not it. And again, maybe this is just because I came from Westminster, where we actually have Vietnamese people that live in a community where their shit doesn't get erased. But your guys' Vietnamese food is not it either. So no, I will not grant you that you have pho places. You have Vietnamese places, but you don't have Vietnamese food. You don't have a good fucking banh mi. You don't have a good pho. You don't. So I'm not hearing that. Okay, I'm not hearing that. Does Ecuador have chimichurri? I don't even fucking know. I couldn't name a single Ecuadorian thing. I guess they have empanadas or whatever, and that seems to be the most popular thing. But let's see here. Greek bookie will be killed by the Turks. Oh, it's been a while since I've been able to do that. Thank you for the sub. Sounds like you're keeping up with the community and aggregating it now, just throwing stuff at the wall. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So I could maybe do that. The right click thing is finicky. Sometimes it'll show our destiny. Sometimes it won't. Oh goodness. Let's see here. I'm scrolling through the chat real quick. UK Indian is not real Indian. Toronto. Yeah, I hear that. I get that, you know. But what is real Indian? Because let's be real, at least, okay, here's my disclosure. This is my only experience with this. When I lived, or when I was staying or visiting in the UK, I was in Birmingham. Wait, no, was it Birmingham? No, it was Manchester. Manchester? Fuck, I feel so sorry to those people. Manchester. I think it was Manchester. I'm pretty sure it was Manchester. Was it Birmingham? I think it was Manchester. When I was there, the people I was staying with, both the dude and his girlfriend were Indian. And so I got to learn a little bit more about Indian stuff and culture and cuisine and whatever. India is such a diverse place. There's so many different dishes and, cultures and peoples and all that stuff. So I don't really know. Like, you can say not real Indian, but Indian isn't like Mexican where it's kind of more or less like a monolith. Like, yeah, you have northern Mexican and then you have the rest of it, but like it I don't think it's all it's a gazillion different things. I think it's very hard to say that that's not Indian or it is Indian or whatever, because even South Indian and North Indian food is just completely different. And even in those divisions, there's so many like unique ones that do stuff like totally different, and the meals can be totally different tastes and whatever. So I don't know, bro. I grew up in a Tex-Mex restaurant cooked by FOB Jamaicans. Lol. Is that Grace? Saxon, are you Grace? That's not. That sounds a lot like her situation. Adding Japanese Mexican food to this list, huh? Live central in a smallish city and still have to make my own burrito. Fuck my life. Yeah, well, it's probably better that way, honestly. Lamau, I have never even had proper Mexican food, but rings true. Yeah, rip you guys, because Mexican food is so fucking good too. It's just so good. And Mexican food in Mexico is a whole different experience too, but I digress. There's a lot of Vietnamese people here because of communism. Oh, I don't doubt there's Vietnamese people there, and I don't doubt there's a lot of Vietnamese people there, but from my experience, the Vietnamese food there is like not it, dude. I don't know if it's the way you guys grow your vegetables or something, bro, but it's just not it. You have bread though. You make good bread. We don't have good bread in America. I could give you that, but I'm not giving you Vietnamese food. I haven't had good Vietnamese. And I follow Vietnamese creators, and Vietnamese creators that live in Europe also say the Vietnamese food is no good. So I don't know, bro. I don't know what to tell you, because Vietnamese people that come and visit Orange County say the Vietnamese food is good. So I don't know, bro. Holy shit, it's the book. I missed you, buddy. What's up, Wolfgang? I've been in Erudite's chat a few times, but I haven't seen you in there. I'm a Pratt, and at Taco Bell I always order and ask for a chupacabra. I don't know what a Pratt is or what a chupacabra is. I'm grace pilled, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe you've adopted the Thorpe lifestyle. That Thorpe reference is on point. Yeah, I mean, it sounded a lot like it, dude. Oh, there it is. Okay. What is quokka? It's just this color. Is it Ukraine or something? Oh, it's not safe for work. Huh. Okay. I'm assuming this is a drug then? I'm so scared to scroll down. I'm just gonna back out of this because I bet it's probably something bad. But I'm wondering what other memes are fucking hidden in this image. Yeah, no, it's not giving us anything. Wait, what? The Thorpes? Nopes? Oh my god, I wouldn't visit that place with a 10-meter cattle prod. Huh. I wish what's his name was on the same page. Mude? What is Mude? The subreddit is dedicated to the Discord bot Mude, a database of 80,000 plus waifu and husbando from existing games, manga, comics, or video games that you can. Oh, there was a project that I was working on, but I shelved. And here's what it would have done. And let me know if you think it's a good idea. and if you want to help me code it, I would love to collaborate with you on it. It will make API calls to my anime list, and you can sync your my anime list on the website. And then based on your my anime list and weightings of your scores, it will recommend to you Dojin based on what you're watching or what you really like. And because I find it kind of difficult to like convert between these two things, like anime that I've been watching and good dojin of it that are out, and I never know what does or doesn't have good dojin. I'm not really willing to like go scroll through stuff because a lot of it's like rapey and awful, but I thought that would be kind of a useful tool, so I kind of wanted to do that. And yeah, that was a thought that I worked on, but the problem is because I was doing personal projects for a resume, I felt like I can't put that on a resume. Like, I feel like that would, if anything, hurt my job prospects. So I didn't pursue it, but I did kind of like make a proof of concept. So if you're interested, I would love to work on that. I think it's a good idea, but I just can't invest the time because it's not worth it. I think it won't get me a job. Um, Interesting. Okay. They're animals. They're just not safe for work for the Reddit protest thing. Google quokkas to see photos of them. Oh, oh, I've seen these before. They're so cute. I think they're mean though, aren't they? They're a little bit mean. I think I've seen them bite people though. But that's cute. Okay. I hate that this doesn't work. I wish I could I wish I could just see what is hidden in this image. Um oh my, yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, that's enough of that then probably. I actually think that we're coming to a close. It has been fun, but I am getting tuckered out. My voice is already hurting. So thank you guys for hanging out. I will again remind you, please, if you play BattleBit, if you play Fortnite, please go into the Discord, leave a message in the stream discussion channel, or just at me or DM me. I will give you perms. I'll try to be on there a little bit more when I'm playing BattleBit. It's $15. BattleBit's a fun fuck. Actually, I'm on Twitch. I could literally let's play a little bit of BattleBit. I'll play a little bit of BattleBit, okay? Maybe I'll convince some of you to spend $15 on it. I feel like it is a game well worth the $15. I have already gotten my money worth out of it. But I will play it. I will play it and I will show you guys because BattleBit is fucking amazing, okay? Now, here's the problem. My monitor is 2K, and so I think it would need a downscale or something for streaming, no? So that's kind of my only. With Dojin, you mean hentai? No, I don't mean hentai because I don't want to recommend videos. I feel like videos, there's a lot fewer of them, which is my understanding of hentai. Whereas Dojin are like lewd comics or fan made comics. And I just want to recommend those. I played a dumb game for Chud. Okay, well, I mean, hey. Oh my God, is my favorite rhetorical analysis streamer streaming? Yes. And I'm going to be gaming in a second here. We'll see if we can make this work because I don't know if we exactly can. And my keyboard is kind of fucked. Now I'm coming up with a gazillion excuses. I smashed it for a meme in a voice call yesterday, and I broke the fucking leg. Like the other side of it's busted. So I got to 3D print a new one. I think hentai means more than video, but I got you. Yeah, it's probably could be broader, but if I'm being specific with Dojin, that should mean specifically comics. Okay, let me try and switch my thing here. Let's go League 3. And then let's, okay, that's all fucked. Huh. You know what? Because I'm not professional anymore, let's just make a new scene. And then I'll just add all these. So I want a window capture, and I want to have this be BattleBit. Okay. And then I need that to be BattleBit. Okay, that works. Or it doesn't work actually. Actually, I have no way of knowing if this is working. Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. Right click. Let's do transform. Let's do fit to screen. Okay, I think that's working. And then I need to add my camera. One sec. Sorry, I'm doing this live. Let's do video capture device, add existing. Let's do webcam. Okay. Boom. And then we'll put me maybe down here, over here. Let's see if this is working properly. I don't think it is working properly, actually. Create party. I don't see that create party stuff. Friends, join party. Maybe this is looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. Battlebit.exe. No. Cancel. Let's delete that. Pro streamer here. I mean, X streamer here, more like it. Let's go ahead and do. I'll do game capture. Maybe game capture is better. Okay, we'll do game capture. Let's capture a specific window. We'll pick Battlebit. Okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Now right click. We'll do transform, and then we will fit to screen. Okay. I mean, oops. Okay. So the problem is that it's going to be like this. It's going to be stretched out. Actually, what I can do is I can drag this up to the top here. And I can do that. And then we can have some stuff down here in the bottom. What do you think? What do you guys think? Any recommendations? You probably see what I'm dealing with here. So I have an ultra wide monitor or whatever. I could also change the dimensions of the monitor or the game. Any debate reviews in the future? Probably. Maybe. And then I can add you guys as chat. Add browser source. Add existing. I'll do chat box. Open. Okay, and then we'll put you guys over here, and we'll kind of Alt Shift whatever. Put you guys like this. What are you guys thinking about this setup so far? I'll also add in a scene, and that scene will be an existing. It will be chalkboard, and then we'll just put this here. Needs more memes. Chat. Yeah, I know. So chat's in there now. I will change this scene real quick to. Hold on. Bear with me. I think we'll be done in a minute or two here because I just need to edit this. Okay. Let's do. Okay. And then we'll edit this. Okay. We'll edit this again to kind of fill space here. Great. And then we'll go back to our other scene here. Seeing in real time how I set this shit up. Okay. So we have this. That's fine. I think this is fine. It is a bit weird that we have this black space. This is probably fine. Yeah, I feel like this is probably okay. We'll see if it lags or anything. Definitely let me know. I am getting a red here. We'll probably be fine. This is probably fine. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? Also, because I'm no longer monetized on YouTube, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play some tunes.
fall in love, I just wanna get fucked. Traveling mountains and jelly bean puff. Shove it in my brain, get it all mixed up like wow. I'm a troubled soul, I'm living in a studio flat that's covered in mold. Go outside just to shout to strangers, then I crawl in a hole like an ugly mole. I love drugs and sketchy pills, and my favourite ones are the ones that kill quickly. When I go when my loved ones miss me, well the answer's no. Chuck my corpse in a big main road, turn my head to a powdered skull. Let they turn that to mulch, and that's the last scene of the Patrick show. The blue gun paste, now my face is plastic. Gavin again back to Jackson 5. I'm a ratchet guy, lost my wife for a black goodbye. No, don't talk to me unless it's an emergency. I gotta take a number 3. That's a piss and a shit and a wank in a tree. I said hello there, can I fill your hole? One look and she told me no, I got a wife at home and she hates me. I sleep outside cause she makes me think over the cocaine has been breakfast. I tried crack once, I just wanted to test it and I'm hooked now. Like a man in a crack, my wife wouldn't care, she just wants me to die. It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your drugs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man? It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your drugs out.
Real quick check-in. Is it lagging a lot? What does it look like? Is it okay? Is it like kind of laggy? Is the audio mixing kind of fucked up? Should I make it quieter? I need feedback because I can't preview what the stream looks like really. Yeah, it's got Roblox graphics, but it plays really smoothly. All the mechanics and stuff work really well. Medic! Depending on the server you're on, people talk a lot, and it's like fun. A little loud looks fine. I mean, I can fix that. And what is loud? Is the game loud, or is hold on. I got it. That should be much more manageable, especially once I put the music back. Game's loud, your voice is pretty low. Okay. My voice is as high as it can get. I will turn all the desktop audio down a little bit. Actually. Yeah. Okay, so I've mixed the desktop audio a little bit lower. Let me know if this helps.
Get your drugs out. Do you want to make love to a sad old man?
Because the other thing is I can pause the music with my mouse, so if I need to do that, it's not a big deal. And I think after this one, we'll play one that's 127 people versus 127, so you get an idea. Like, a lot of people like the game for that. I generally will play the 32v32 or the 64v64, just because it's more manageable, and I get to use submachine guns and rip with them a little bit more. Oh shit, they're all right there. Also, the VO IP is funny. Yeah, in this game in particular, I feel like people are pretty funny. Murder! Actually, I'm gonna move to that because I have to be sweaty if I want to play 32v32. But yeah, mixing should be a little bit better now.
A hop, a hip, a dip my dick in the salsa dip on a Taco Tuesday. Get a spaff on your boobly. Yes. Feel free to say no. Bald bean and full of beans. I got a Yamaha keyboard drum machine. It's like a patch on my dungarees. I said, girl, can I get your number, please? Hang myself in the neighbor's garden. When he comes back, that's a nice surprise. Let the darkness just take your soul. Listen up, child. Close your eyes. Just pull it out.
Oh, you know what? I have an idea with what will fill this space. We'll do some kind of like now playing of my Spotify. That's smart. That's smart. Hold on. Let's do a window capture. I'm pretty sure it's on existing Spotify, yes. Where did it go? Ah, fuck. Wait, where did it just place it? Oh, these I couldn't even... Right. Oh! There we go. Kind of big. I love how blurry it is. It works, you know, it works. And then I'll add a little bit of text here that says Spotify. See, this is, honestly, this is the fun part about streaming. Oops. Is like, you can just throw this shit together and then you have it, right? Like, oh shit. Oh, where'd that go? Transform. Reset transform. I need to AFK to find the there we go. Okay. I think that's fine. It's a little bit janky. Let's make this longer. Wait, it's loading. I gotta go home. There we go. Okay, I think that's a decent enough setup. I should change my my thing on Discord. Fuck. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. Twitch. Dashboard. 1 second. Hi there, Booksmarts. Long time no see. I hope you are doing well. I am. Oh, that's another thing. I have my Stream Deck, so I can mute the whole thing. Okay. I need to go to Stream Manager. I'm just gonna update the game real quick, so we're in that category, just because, you know. Edit stream info. Category. This is gonna be Battlebit. And that way, when people come in, even though we have the thing on the screen, like Saxon will still ask about that shit. So we'll put that up there. But yeah, I am back for a little bit, at least. Oh shit. Shut up. Let's just take G.
Cut me hair, take my face, number 6 right there, I'm a dirty wretched man, call me granddad cause I fucked your nan. What's the worst? Fuck the universe till it hurts. I'm not used to these kinds of mental health issues. I just want to live in a church and find peace upon my brain. Jesus, please just stop me pain. I know you think that this is a game, but it's not. Now watch me walk away. I'm a love machine, I don't know when to stop. I got a mouth strap here that can make me cock. Pink and red with a mighty blues in the club, two-stepping with my black school shoes. Lunch and meat in my boot-cut jeans. Chuck it on bread with a bit of numb cheese. Taste it, would you like your bite? Give the clap to your wife and a wave goodnight. It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man? It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man?
And the music is probably going to be a bit yeah, this one's amazing.
Sit on the floor and blend the dots. Stack their bodies on the floor. Trap myself to the side of a rocket. She popping like a dropping of cold.
Yep.
I've been scared of myself lately, can't even look in my eyes. So I'll just make a joke and hope it goes over well with you. Oh, that shit on the floor, blame the dark. Stacked your bodies on the floor. Strap myself to the side of a rocket. She popping like a dropping a cord. Shit on the floor, blame the dark. Stack your bodies on the floor. Strap myself to the side of a rocket. She popping like a dropping the side of a rocket. She popping like a dropping a I can't even look at myself. Just wish I was somebody else. I get so high then fall so.
It's good to see my man Bookie is all right and thriving. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm playing video games on twitch.tv. Can you believe that? The audacity. Audacity. So I will reiterate, if you guys play this game, if you're interested at all in this game, it's only $15. And I feel like it's worth probably a lot more than $15. Like, I'm very tempted to just go back and get the Founders Edition. Just because this is made by 3 people. And one of them is just a 3D person. So really it was coded by 2 people. And it's been like a project of theirs for, I think it's like 2 or 3 years now. I've heard that it started as a Roblox thing called like Phantom Fighters or some bullshit like that, and now it's like its own standalone thing. It feels so good. Like, everything is smooth, vaulting is smooth, moving is smooth, shooting, the gunplay is fun. All the zones work good. The maps all feel more or less balanced. Like, it's so good, and they're developing it all the time. They're super communicative with creators and working with them. And because it's only 3 people, they also do a lot of communication on like why changes can or can't happen. Like for instance, something that bothers people, and I'll show you this in a second here. Oh, you can't really tell here. Every single person has a dot. Every single person has a dot in the middle of them, so you can kind of get an idea of where everybody is. Sorry, I'm lost. This is hurting my eyes. 21 if you're a dirty fucking canuck like me. Yeah, well, it's probably the same amount of money. And the VC, man, everybody's funny at this shit. I don't know. And because reporting is as easy as just doing like Shift F1. Hold on. Because it's as easy as doing Shift F1 or something to report, people that say slurs and stuff will get banned like really quick. Every Thursday they do mass bans as well, and that'll show up in your feed on the right hand side of the screen. I was there for one, I think this week. It's just really cool. Like, they're working on it. They're trying to make it better. Like, it's just 2 people, man. It's 2 people coding this whole fucking thing, and yet it's so good, and the community is so strong. Like, you have so many servers of 127 versus 127, and like, I don't know, man. I've been trying to get other people that I know to play this, and it's been hard convincing them just because of the way that the game looks, but the way that it plays is just so nice, dude. Here, another British one. Ah, medic.
Rest in peace, R.I.P. The family's dead, at least they're free. I walk this road alone and no one knows except for me. I fight this feeling every day, my fingers bleed. Climb those walls, I can't go home. I buried my front door key. Something's wrong, this pain won't leave. Leave me in my cave and let me be. Will I live or will I die? I just don't know, guess we'll see. Turn my back on life, I won't survive unless I'm free. 18 years in the can, that's time I won't get back. Drive my soul into the ground and take my heart and paint it black. Everything I own fits inside a plastic bag. All of these problems in my life are weighing on my shoulders, break my back. Life on a Twitch life, living stitches, life the rest of the mind's in prison. Pints in a bitter, I might start ditching and turning again to addiction. Let me paint you a picture. Rank home for the starry night out the windows.
Oh, that's another thing. The weapon progression is actually, a lot of people say it's fun. You can tweak a lot of stuff about the weapon. So you have your sights, you have your canted sights. If you don't want to have a sight, you have your side rail items. So a lot of these are flashlights and flashers and stuff, which actually matter. So if you play something like a night map and you throw a flare down, it makes it to where the night vision doesn't work, or you can really disorient people with flashlights if you're playing in the nighttime. Or like all of your grips do have, I feel like, a noticeable impact on the way that the gun handles. Same with your barrel. Like a lot of these can really change the way that the gun handles, especially if you combine them with your underbarrel. And then the only complaint I would have is the camouflage is less satisfying until you get later. Like I don't really care for any of these, and I don't feel like there's a huge difference between them. But once we start getting, maybe to here, they need to start getting some solid colors that you might like compared to the default. Ooh, I have this one now. Oh no, I don't. I just have this. But yeah, hold on. I wanted to switch this. I want to use my M4A1. Do I have a new camo for this? No. Let's use blue. Do I have a new mag? Let's see here. I've almost unlocked everything on this one. Maybe I should use a shittier gun, but I feel bad if I'm playing really shittily and you guys are watching. So I'll try to just stick to stuff that I've used before, but all the guns handle really differently. We'll do one with the M4A1, and then I'll move to like one of the personal defense so we can kind of get an idea of that. Where are these? Oh! Ay, 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 ay! Grenade, grenade. Oh, shit. Oh, they're not.
No, I'm watching you above.
Yep. Oh! Ah! Didn't switch fast enough. But yeah, $15, dude. $15, and you get all this fun with it. I don't know. Like, I'm no life in this game. Obviously, I suck because shooters are not my, you know, my forte or whatever. But I enjoy it. I wish there was a way to play with worse people so I could look good for you guys. But normally, I try to be very slow, because if you're just running and gunning, I feel like it doesn't usually work out well for you. Where the fuck are we? Oh, okay, someone's up here. Yeah, I'm not very much of a running and gunning type of dude. Oh, no, don't check it. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Ah, not enough ammo for all them. Hello!
Hello there, buddy.
Hi.
Need someone to keep you company? I got you, mate.
Take me to my friends, please.
Your friend. I'll take it as quick as I can, mate.
I see the light, brother.
Just stay with me.
Like, those are all enemies that are picking me up and dragging me that I'm talking to. Like, the game is goofy because you can stay dead and anybody can drag anybody, so they're just picking me up and fucking with me. Oh, shit. Did I run over a fucking mine? Oh! Mamma mia. Medic. I just got back after a few hours. This game does look smooth as fuck. And I'm surprised, I mean, I can only go off of the one person that said so, but you said it doesn't look uber laggy. If I play something like Overwatch or Apex, it'll be super laggy for you guys, but I suspect since this isn't very hard on my PC, it probably doesn't interfere with streaming very much, which is nice. Is there someone back? Oh, there is. I'm not doing that. Ah, shit! Shit, 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 shit! Oh my goodness.
Statistics, figures and balls and blessings. I miss my parents. I wish they were with us. Yes, but I left my heart on the track.
Thank you, sir.
Life just slipped through the cracks.
Not worth it. We're going that way. There's snipers that way.
They're gonna wanna know who I am. She can't
See if we can't get up here
forever.
cheeky way. Looks like that guy got away with it, so. Oh, fuck.
Keep it together, Dalai Lama, pray every day. Holy Father, kill that guy, killed his wife. You know what they say? This, that's karma. Cost of the killer, beers in the fridge, ice in the pocket. Oh, cause this morning it just so fuck it. Stand in the
Oh shit! I forgot.
Piece of shit, like you were solid.
Maybe they can just spawn on me. So I'm probably not getting very far. They got snipers on that side, and then I can't climb. Oh, God. Oh shit. I'll just throw one more for good measure.
English. Let's go. Check the aroma. That's fresh. I'm in your cup like soda. Eat Vocaloid soda. Your style hold my soda. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that.
I got you, buddy. Hang in there. Oh, you didn't hang in there.
Really, your research.
Ah! Yeah, the video quality is smooth as well. Good. That's very, very
Saw you from
good.
afar looking EXE. Then you sent a pull request to me. Looking at your code and I like what I see. Meet me in the sheets, we can see SB.
We'll see
You
now.
need to stop playing around like that. Love it when you move cause you're Q2 stacked. You need to stop playing around like that. You're gonna make me act up. Time to refresh my wall. Brought me up just to stand too tall. Might as well cancel it all. Yeah? No lies, just me in these talks. Every time that we talk, every time I see stars.
But yeah, like,
it's just you in my heart.
I love that I
You're the
can
only
use
program I want to
burst,
install.
full auto, semi-auto, whatever I want.
Eat that's fresh. I'm in your cup like soda.
Like
Yeah,
everything
Vocaloid
I look
soda.
at that I engage with
Your
in the
style
game is
gold,
like,
my
oh, that's nice.
You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that.
Hopefully that was far away.
Check the aroma. You need to stop playing around like that. Vocaloid soda. Love it when you move cause you're Q2 stacked. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You need to stop playing around like that. You're gonna make me act up.
We got that. I just don't have any people to spawn.
I'm a nice guy, you know. I just get a little mixed up sometimes, you know. The goddamn slack jaw, pick your ass up off the asphalt. How many times I gotta pass y'all? Hats off to who you know it's me, the bro with the poetry. Leave a totem see, lying on the floor, we crying, woe is me. I'm throwing these, totally proficient with blowing these. Go and see, notice you thinking you got the potency to roll with me. You know you will get broken feet. I'm dope indeed. I grab the microphone, you grab your rosary beads. Who came to see me speak? The soul in the boiler room, mold to the beat. Had the flow since a fetus. I'm dope, please believe it. Zoomed out the boom boom box and indeed it's trying to break. My mama called me Nate. I walked out the hospital and bought a can of paint. Ever since that day, nothing has been the same. Became the maniac up on the mic that you cannot contain. Mentally, I'm better than everyone. Never met anyone trying to be different. I beat it, I beat it, I beat it, I beat it, I beat it. The beat isn't ready for me when I'm speaking and speaking. The mic and I'm bringing it right away. Never be having to breathe. I'm beating it, beat it, one bit it, I'm bidding goodbye to an idiot thinking he king. And it really a thing when I'm bringing it out. But the people
I
they
can't
love it,
hit
that I'm
anything
on
from
the
this
I can
far.
beat every bit of the weekend. I do it and then I be out with the negative agony down in my belly. I mean, this empowering all of my enemies. Tracking the back to the pat in the back. I'm attacking the rock and I'm leaving them empty. Tempt me, I'm a nice guy, but who knows I might snap. When I kick flows, these thick hoes get sewn to my sack. I write that with an intention to
scare the
bend
shit out of
and
me.
lean it. If I say it enough, it'll become true to you. Know what I mean? It's like I walk through the valley and I'm asking for sex. I finally got to 11, then I'm asking what's next.
I'll switch
I
the
must head,
smokes
but in a
after
nice
this is
way.
done,
I might
so we
stay
can
and
start
rest, or
this
maybe I'll
bridge
head back to
and
winter so
cancel
I can
video
play with
this
my
way.
friends. Sub T, sub Ethan, hey Nate, what's up, Drew? Hey Nick, what's up, Nick? Oops, on fuck you. I'm just playing, baby. I cannot be taken serious, but if you want a lyricist, look no further, here he is. Here it is, vehicle into the ditch, pitiful, miserable little idiot, filling the rhythm full of everything he got. When he give it up, no sir. Everybody wanna see him swimming with the toaster. Over, and I fly like a missile.
I feel like
Soar
flashbangs
an
are way more
eagle. I'm
effective
so
in this too compared to
this
something like Call of
you heard
Duty.
of it, might even tickle you,
Because
though,
you
but
just
it
hear
doesn't have to be
thump
made
a
into
little
an issue. If you wanna get down to the beat, I'm the clown for the job. You have found what you need. I compound with the sound. I confound
be a
with
little
the beat. From the nose to the toes, from the ground to the feet.
I don't think I'm getting the
Wanna get
vibes.
down to the beat. I'm the clown for the job. You have found what you need. I compound with the sound. I confound with the beat. From the nose to the toes, from the ground to the feet. You just got paid, and you just got laid. You're having a good day. Say people in the place who are
alright,
feeling
let's
out
switch
of
our
place,
loadout
who don't
here.
really wanna play. Say no.
I'll go Honey Badger.
I don't wanna do this.
Let's go with.
I hate this.
Yeah, let's flashbang and
Not
fuck
good
him.
crowds.
I'll ruin the
Flash
day.
out, flash out right now, 1 second. Flash out. Flash out.
Grenade. I got you on the bandage. The music in the in-game audio might be a little too much compared to your mic. Yeah, I mean, I can turn it down further. There we go. Is this any better? Let me know. I can turn it down further if you want me to. Let's hope we don't get fucked here. Yeah, let me know if this is still not enough, and I'll turn it down a little bit more. And I'll mark wherever I end up adjusting it to, and then I'll remember that for next time I play Battlebit on stream. I got you, big guy. Hang in there. Is somebody reviving him? Flash out. See, they can't see. See, that worked really good. I should actually probably use flashbangs more. You sound super clear. Perfect levels. Okay, sick. Also, buildings are super destructible. So on the assault class, you get a hammer, and the hammer can knock out individual bricks. So if you want to create a little shooting spot in the wall, you totally can. See how slow this gun reloads? So these personal defense weapons they hit hard, but they don't, they're kind of slow and like sluggish. Same with ADSing on them. Ooh. Where's the sniper? Sniper across. I'm glad the levels are good though. That's excellent. Because if I can play this more often on stream, I might. Because I just want to play with people. I just want to have fun with people, really. Like when I play solo, it's just kind of like sweaty and I'm always healing and stuff, but... Where are you? Oh, there he is. Oh shit! I shouldn't have done. We won it. So, enemies, 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 enemies. Oh no! We're gonna lose that. Ah, he didn't get flash. Okay, the first guy did. I'm kind of liking flashes. Watching you play, it makes me want to get it. I've always seen it on the store in beta, but never looked past that. Honestly, because Steam has that refund policy, just get it and try it. You know, if you have the 15 to spare. I think we ran out of songs in this playlist. Hold on, because I don't recognize this. Oh shit. Oh, we shouldn't be here. I'll switch the playlist in a sec. Yeah, the refund policy goes hard. Even if you're past the dates, they'll honor it and they'll help you out. I think you have to be looking at the flashbang, actually. I think that's the way that it works. which makes sense, but I'll flash him. Oh, fuck. Ah! What I need to use more is you can hit Q and E to lean, and I feel like it makes a big difference in this. Oh. Sorry, brother. Oh my goodness. They're just gonna keep hitting us here with the nades. It's not a winning proposition there. I'm gonna switch to somebody attacking here. There we go. We'll go Delta. We'll go C2. Fucking good books lately. A Vagabond, the manga. Oh, actually. You know what I have been reading is this is ADHD 2.0. Tabor, as in Tabor Snapping, the NFL guy from Steven's stream, he was talking with Darius about ADHD, and he recommended Darius buy a book and read it, even though he knew that Darius wasn't going to buy it and read it. So I bought the book and I read it, and yeah, I'm in the middle of it. A lot of it's stuff I already know or I don't wholly agree with, so I wouldn't say it's been a great purchase for me, but if you're somebody with ADHD, it might be helpful to you. Helps you understand what you got going on a little bit better, probably. Fuck, on the map this looked way different. I didn't think it would be this hard. It's a longer fall than I thought it would be. But yeah, I've been reading that lately. It feels like Battlefield 4 meets Roblox. Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I get over the Robloxy look within like an hour of playing. So, where? Huh. Oh, there he is. And they're going to be updating the ping system, so it's not just like these little white and red ones. They have a spot for vehicles that'll follow the vehicle after you spotted it for a period of time. So they're just always making improvements and communicating what they're doing, which is another reason I really like this game, is like I can go listen to the developers talk to creators and understand like where are the priorities. Another thing people complain about, you see all these little white dots. Those are, of course, all your teammates, your squad mates. The way that the game is programmed and the way that the server works, you can't really get rid of those. It's like a very fundamental like artifact of the game. And so like it's cool to just know that, like, oh, if they bother me and I want the devs to fix it, I know it's not getting fixed anytime soon, because it's difficult to make them go away and keep the positioning stuff. Or like there's a training range where you can go practice with guns and stuff like that. And oh shit. And in that training range, people have been saying they want there to be vehicles, so you could practice flying and stuff like that, because flying can be a little bit tricky. But you can't do that because the way that the vehicles work is they're server based. They aren't like a standalone thing like the gun. So you need there to be running a server to do all the positioning and stuff for the helicopters and stuff. So their suggestion to the community was, hey, if you want that, you can make it. You could host a server that is specifically for practicing with helicopters and stuff. And we're hoping the community could solve that maybe, because like right now it's not a priority and it would take a lot to fix it. And so like stuff like that, it's cool because then we can work together to make the game into something that we want it to be by working with the devs on that. And if you do that and the devs notice that, maybe there's more support things they could add to make the experience of training on the vehicles more approachable or whatever. And so it's just a lot of little things like that. Like this game is a lot of little things adding up to making me happy with the purchase and the experience. And you know, I could keep going on and on because I've become deep into this game and the lore and you know, all the creators and the people playing it and the devs and all that stuff. But yeah, I really I highly recommend it, obviously. And I think if you have the funds or you just want to try it, just Steam it, and then, you know. I don't know why the fuck we're holding here, by the way. It's pretty dumb. It's pretty fucking stupid, because we can't really approach the point from this way. And my second computer ran out of battery, so I no longer have my chat in front of me, unfortunately. Not that it's necessarily popping off in the chat, but I'm also just gonna back out of this one, because I don't think wins or losses give you XP. So coming and going from a game is like without consequence, really, as far as I know. I kind of want to get one where there's vehicles, because like the crazy thing is you can have choppers, and some of them are like little attack helicopters and others are like big troop transport ones, and they have a rope that dangles off of them, and so you can fit like 10 or 12 people on the chopper, and then you could fly to the point really quick at the beginning of the game, and everybody repels off of the line down onto the point below, and you have gunners on them, you have boats with guns on them. Like, oh man, there's so much fun shit in this game, dude. And I agree, if you're somebody that really liked Battlefield, it's kind of like that. Like, there we go, there's one of our helicopters there. Then we got two more here, and they're fighting each other, it looks like. Oh, snipers have a scope glare when you're using a long-range scope. So if they're far off, I feel like it's a really good way to balance the snipers. If you choose to rock a medium scope, it won't show like that, so a lot of people do that. But snipers are so clean because the rendering is so quick in this game and everything's live. Like, I don't play sniper, but I could switch it up for you guys real quick. Let's go this. Loadout's fine. We'll spawn here. These guys are probably sniping. But, like, oh, shit. I gotta fucking back off at this point because they're paying attention to these guys. Let's see if I can maybe see where he is without getting murked here. Probably not. But, like, look at that. Look at how far away that is. Look at how clear that is. Sniping. If you are a sniper, you will fucking love this game. That's one thing that a bunch of people that like to play snipers are really, you know, what is it called? They're giving the game a lot of props for it because sniping is just so fucking clean in this one. Okay, let's actually push onto an objective here. I don't think we're hitting them from here. Oh, and whatever. No. Nice, nice. Oh, there's our helicopter. And if those helicopters stay still, I can fucking hit them too. This game, dude. Oh, shit. Where is he at? Oh, fuck. They're definitely still shooting at me. I just have no idea from where. Oh! No, it's a drone. I don't feel like we have good angles from right here. Maybe up on this rock, huh? Let's see. Okay. Looks like they got some pushing going on there. Ooh, there's some people way far off, though. But yeah, everything about this game is just so smooth and well done. I think I can tweak my scope's dimensions or whatever as well. Ooh. And I'm not a good sniper, so please, you know, don't make fun of me. But, oh, shit. Oh, they're all up on there. They're not going to hit me, though. Not from that far. Oh, shit! No chance. Where are these guys? Thank you, sir. It's way too far to hit, I think. At least with my abilities. The bullet drop isn't crazy either. It's way more realistic in this one. Oh! No, not quite. It definitely has to be a little bit higher. No, I'm not hitting him. No way. Huh. I don't think I'm going to have any easy pickings between here and there. No. I'm bad. Obviously, I'm not a sniper, okay? But for the people that are, I hear that it's very, very fun. Very clean. Lots of snipers. Let's see here. Let's go here. Ooh, hello. Oh, fuck! Shit. Mike. And notice how now that I'm a sniper, that bandaging process is significantly slower. Oh.
Listen, man, I'm I'ma show the world like Pikachu. You can catch a wave and boo hoo hoo. Can't be mad at what the world giving you. You need to change that energy and push it through. Look at your neighbor, say neighbor. I ain't worried about you. I ain't worried about you. Say look at your neighbor, say neighbor. You can say it. I ain't worried about you.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm still on sniper, honestly. It's just easier to explain if I'm not in combat all the time, I guess. I'm gonna keep the game down just so that I could hear if anybody's around me. I'm gonna get up on this building. We'll see if we have it angled to anything here. But yeah, destructibility. If you like destructibility, this game is got a lot going for you. Let me check on chat real quick. I feel bad. I'm not even looking at you guys. What's the game again? Battlebit. I got a good angle on your mom. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's go medic again. Load out. Make sure we're not using this trash. Let's use M4A1 again. And I have a new thing. Okay, increase ADS. Why not?
What? Her name is Lucy.
I should have stood up. Man. Your respawn will depend on how long you held out. So there is a little bit of a punishment for just like instantly giving up when you could be revived. And you don't want to do it because just like Battlefield and stuff, you have tickets and you're kind of wasting tickets if you don't let yourself get revived. But I've noticed that if you hold out for a bit longer, you can kind of like instantly spawn back. Whereas if you give up instantly, you'll have to wait like maybe 5 or 6 seconds, I think, in total, if you did it like instantly. But I've not like seen any exact numbers. It's just kind of what I noticed from the game, from playing it. Oh man, I don't know what the fuck I'm shooting at here. Let's see if that'll do me any good. Nope. Nope. I probably should have switched off flashbangs when I joined this, but oh well. And then you have a fast reload and a slow reload. So if I reload fast, it'll throw your magazine onto the ground. Whereas like, if you notice, I reloaded slow. So in the bottom right, you can see that I have like a half-filled mag still in my inventory. But if I do this, for instance, and then I hold R down, it'll do a fast reload, drops it on the ground. You can pick that up later. So if you watch, oh shit. Ah, man. Yeah, you drop it on the ground, you can pick it up. I'm trying to like explain this game and play it at the same time, but yeah. So again, if you want this game, definitely download it. let me know that you did, and I'll go ahead and play with you if you have any questions or anything. I'm happy to answer if I can, you know. Oh, fuck. Behind me. Okay, nobody's up here. Good. I don't want to be there because I'm going to get fucking sniped. Let's also put this here for good measure. And here. Maybe one here. Maybe here as well. Hopefully we don't get fucking murked. I hear him. Okay. Yeah, we're capping so slow, I feel like there has to be other people up here. Oh, there's one. Oh, they're in the fucking thing. Okay, so watch. I'll spot this and it'll kind of follow it. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, shit. See how it's spotted? And you had that red icon? So that'll follow it around, which is nice, because then the rest of your team can track it. Whereas on Battlefield, I feel like if you spot stuff, it goes away so fast and whatever. I constantly hear engineers asking, like, where's the tank? Where's the tank? I don't see it, whatever. And it's kind of cancer. Like, I get it's probably encouraging you to communicate with your team and whatever, but I would much rather it's just something that's called out and everybody can see it and it follows it for a while. And it really helps balance them because as you saw there, like, there's explosive rounds in some of the troop transports and stuff, and it'll kind of rock your fucking world.
I got you.
That is to say...
Hey, better kill him, please.
Okay. This is a lot of XP for me. Free XP. There you go.
Need a medic. Thank you.
They're not there. Ugh. And I think, hold on. I want to cap point before I bounce for the night, but I'll probably let you guys go and go enjoy gaming on my own. Yeah, I'll just do that right now. I don't have to focus on stream while playing this. But yeah, that's Battlebit. If you're interested at all, highly recommend it. Very, very fun game. There's lots to do, lots of different game modes, lots of different ways to play, whether you're a vehicle person, sniper person, SMG person, AR, whatever the fuck. Whatever you want to do, you probably do it in here. Tons of guns and different stuff to play around with. They're all customizable. The progression system, I feel like, is worthwhile, and you can get your stuff on all of these different guns, and they all kind of have their pros and cons to them. Right now, the Vector is something that... oh, okay. See, and they even put this stuff in here to let you know, hey, we're working on something, and, you know, I've actually not used this ever before, so... Huh. Some gameplay features may not function well when you're in the shooting range. Currently does not have any vehicles. You can enable no-clip mode by pressing tab. Huh. You can test any gun and attachments at shooting range. Okay. Oh, and I have lots of ammo on this gun. So I'm assuming that you respawn, and then you could load out whatever you want here. So I probably have everything unlocked, yeah. And you could try some different stuff out. Some of the stuff in this game is pretty goofy. Like this one's pretty goofy. Here, I'll show you. And I'm sure they'll add more goofy stuff like this too. But you know, you can practice in here, I guess. I've actually never ever used this. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, and it live updates them. Okay. Oh, and it keeps track of the damage, so it'll tell you if you killed them. That's fucking cool. Interesting. Okay. And I guess they all move at different speeds. That's pretty cool. I actually might play around with this with snipers later to kind of get better at that and get the distance down. How far out does it go? 174. I wonder, I bet you there's farther. Because you can snipe people up to like 2 clicks or 2 kilometers or whatever. But anywho, That's enough of that then. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will try to do more, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I won't make any promises. I just kind of was feeling it today, and thank you guys for joining me. I'll talk to you later. Again, join me in the Discord, say hi, and I will talk to you guys later. Do a barrel roll? I wish, bro. See ya.